everyone, and welcome to another VHS Vault. How is everyone doing? And happy Sherlock Holmes Day to all of you. For those that don't know, it's Sherlock Holmes Day. It's the birthday of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And, as such, we're gonna watch some Sherlock Holmes stuff today. Other stuff as well, but I thought it would be thematically appropriate. So how's everyone doing? Hope you're having a good Thursday so far. Hey, Mr. Blast, how's it going? Nemesaur, Rick M, Empress Felina, German Cow JJ, Mr. Duck Sauce. How it do? Just a peach on YouTube, how's it going? And Orion Cooper. If you're on YouTube, if you could do me a favor and like the stream, it helps a lot. And it makes me feel good. That's nice. That's a bonus. Lucas Dawn, thanks for 195 stream streak, says, hello, Hannah in chat. Back at ya. Reptilian Dueler, thanks for 17 months with Prime. I appreciate the support. What's my favorite adaptation? That's tough. Wow. I don't know. I like different ones for different reasons. If I had to pick overall, I do really like Basil Rathbone's version in the first few adaptations. I don't like when they take the Basil Rathbone and start setting it in the modern day, because the first, like, 3 movies are, you know, like the original Holmes stories. They're sort of Victorian. But then, like, from the 4th movie on, they turned them into modern movies because they turned them into war propaganda films for a while. So it was like Sherlock fighting in World War II. And I don't really like war propaganda films as films. I find them interesting, like, as their own thing. But I never sit down and go, I want to watch a war propaganda film for fun. Anyway, so, I really like Hound of the Baskervilles. It's got kind of a Universal horror vibe to it, and I'm a fan of Universal horror, and it mixes that with Sherlock Holmes. Phoenix Leftist, thanks for a 25 stream streak. Hey, Amber. MH Dark Beast says, I got something fun for you for VHS Vault. Let's take a look at what it is. Oh, is this from Mad TV? I can't play this. I can't play this.
My hand's between my legs.
I'm pretty sure. Wait, maybe we can. No, it detects it's from Mad TV. I can't play this. Sorry. Copyright. So yeah, that's it. If you want to support the stream, gift subs or subscribe yourself. They're still doing the Crunchyroll promotion, so if you gift 2 subs, you get a free month of Crunchyroll if you like anime. So that's cool. Other than that, let's jump into it. Am I crazy? I watched Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century with you guys, right? Do I need to start at episode 1? Or did we already watch that on stream? I don't recall. Sometimes I forget what we watched on stream versus what I watch on my own. I watch a lot of stuff. Did we already watch the first episode of Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century? We did? Okay. Then we can start a little bit in. I'll find an episode, because I wasn't sure. Have we watched The Hound of the Baskervilles together? I don't know if we watched The Hound of the Baskervilles together, where it's on the moon. For all you need to know about this, basically, in the future, Moriarty gets cloned, and so they unfreeze Sherlock Holmes, who's been put into sort of, like, cryostasis, except via bee honey, because Sherlock Holmes, and he's in the future now. That's all you need to know. I played 1 episode? Cool.
Humankind fell.
Orion Cooper with a $2 super chat says, I started the Marcel meltdown VOD. Ugh, the pain. Yeah.
Landed on the moon.
So Austin Powers? A little bit.
Humankind first landed on the moon, July 16th, 1969. Come on, the good stuff's this way. Can you believe they traveled all that way in this? Did you hear that?
First of all, I know that the Hound of the Baskervilles isn't a werewolf. It's, like, supposed to be a ghost dog. Not actually a ghost dog in the story, as you find out, but it's supposed to kind of be a ghost dog. If you were a werewolf, though, and you were on the moon, would you ever not be a werewolf? Because you're constantly receiving moonlight, unless you're on the dark side of the moon. Is it the light of the moon, or is it the moon itself that turns you into a werewolf?
And to update that strange story about a phantom hound attack on the moon. All
It's
the
supposed to be on the moors, not on the moon. Silly typo.
remains of the 3 teenagers are their shredded spacesuits, surrounded by huge hound-like tracks.
There have been sightings of this phantom hound for weeks now.
Oh, and Watson is dead in the future, but they made Sherlock a robot husbando version of Watson, so this is not original Watson. This is a robot that they literally gave Watson's face to, so Sherlock can fuck it.
It's just like all the old legends.
Hounds.
I'm barely joking, by the way. The episode where he gets... I'll just show you. This is the episode before is where they give Watson the face, and the look Sherlock Holmes gives when they give him the face is hilarious. Hold on, I'll go to it, because you need to see it. Because he's just a robot at first, and then they give him the face, and then Sherlock is all horny for him.
Eating fish and chips in here.
Oh, probably the workmen I sent over to air things out.
Oh wow, Altered Undying with the $22.10 tip says, Happy Sherlock Holmes Day. I have a friend from overseas, but I'll be watching back you talking about Sherlock Holmes because of how much I know you love it. Awesome. Thank you for the tip.
It's yours, if you want to live here.
I'd like nothing better.
Oh, and 221B Baker Street is museum, so that's why it still looks Victorian. Did Sherlock kill Watson? No, it's the future. He just died of old age.
But where is Watson? What have you done with him? He should be here.
Coming, Holmes!
Watson! Why, you look...
Like the Dr. John Watson of old? I certainly hope so. Thanks to that new elastomask technology New Scotland Yard's been working on.
I'm speechless.
I'm just saying, this isn't a face that says, I'm not gonna fuck the robot. This is a face that says, oh fuck, the robot I already kind of had feelings for because it had my dead boyfriend's brain. Now has his face. I'm just saying, I don't blame the guy. I think it's brave that they wrote this children's show version to be overtly horny for a robot Watson. That's based.
It's remarkable.
I have one more surprise.
Look it, come on! Are you telling me they didn't animate him with fuck me eyes?
New Scotland Yard would like to retain you as a consultant.
Superb. Send my...
Anyway, so that's the episode before, and that's why Watson is a robot.
On the moon? Watson, you've been watching too much of the tabloid network.
Missing are Troy Winslow IV, only son of British shipping magnate John Winslow, Benjamin
Does the robot have orifices? You can see it has a mouth.
Joseph, son of the American
That was probably over a line into lewdness to the point where it's not funny and just gross. Sorry.
shoe manufacturer, and Kelsey James of Tucson. Sadly, this is not the first time James has been in the spotlight. Her parents...
Sherlock is too upbeat to be Holmes. I would disagree. Media often depicts Sherlock as like a cold sociopath, which is like pretty close to how he is in the early stories. But as the stories went on, he did soften up, especially later on. Orion Cooper says, so, Dr. Watson, John, are you fully functional? And programmed in a variety of techniques.
Parents were among the dead in the aftermath of last year's...
Best Sherlock Holmes adaptation is The Great Mouse Detective. I do like The Great Mouse Detective. It's not my favorite, but I do enjoy it. Sherlock Hound is pretty good in terms of an adaptation that's animated. And for furries. I think Hayao Miyazaki worked on it too. Altered Undying says, oh, I hope you liked the tip amount. I couldn't tip B, sadly. Yeah, 221, duh! Of course, I didn't catch it immediately. Also, I wish I could play this clip, but if I do, I'm pretty sure Disney SWAT team members will break in and murder me on camera to send a message, so I can't play that.
tragic Shuttle 10,000 crash.
Great! We just get over the biggest crime wave in New London's history, and
Did
now...
Arthur write after his son died, and if so, did the quality nosedive? Let me see, his son died in World War I, right? Did he end up writing? I'm not sure on the timeline. When was the last Holmes story by him written? Let me actually take a look. When was Doyle's Last Sherlock. "1927. So yeah, he must have, yeah, some of those were published after his son died. I don't recall if the quality went down.
Now the chief's sending us to the moon in search of non-existent hounds and run.
I read them very out of order, to be clear, too, so in my head I don't have them chronologically, like, where stuff should be along. Because that's kind of how Sherlock stories are. You don't necessarily have to read them in the same order. I just read them based on which titles sounded the most interesting to me. That's how I ended up reading The Red-Headed League, because I was just like, what the fuck's that about? And that is one of my favorite Holmes stories, because it's kind of funny.
Away teenagers. Where's Holmes when we need him?
Incoming transmission.
Lestrade, something urgent has come up. I shall be back in touch in a few days.
Holmes! Wait! I'm his supervising officer.
Hated the BBC Hounds of the Baskerville episode. Oh, me too. I liked that Sherlock show in the first season. I was a lot younger then, too. And I was very into, like, I wasn't into Supernatural, but I was very into Doctor Who and Sherlock, so I was kind of like a Tumblr Who-lock kid. But as I've gotten older, I really don't like that Sherlock show. Like, it very much glosses over a lot of the stuff that I like about Sherlock stories, and it's the mysteries. It became all about their interpersonal drama. And, like, I can like me some interpersonal drama, but it became so contrived. Ugh.
I'm supposed to tell him when and where he can go? Ugh!
I wouldn't worry about Holmes. I have a strong suspicion he's already on his way. He never could resist a good mystery.
That's squeezing my brain.
Good gracious! It is the Hound!
Yeah, they kind of make it out to be almost a pseudo-werewolf in this version, too. Probably because kids are more familiar with, like, a werewolf than just, like, a big ghost dog.
Impossible!
Please, officer! That's my son stuck in the elevator!
Good heavens! The guard's panicked! If he fires that ionizer, he'll shatter the dome! No one will survive the decompression!
Come on! Give me a boost.
So Sherlock knows how to drive a space shuttle. They established in episode, like, 1 or 2 that they basically plugged him into a Matrix thing. Remember in the movie Matrix where they can just download information into people and he's like, I know Kung Fu? They have that in this future, so they uploaded, basically all of the 21st and 22nd centuries knowledge of crime and essential stuff into Sherlock's brain. Because, like, when you think about it, Sherlock's entire strength as a detective is that he has, like, an encyclopedic knowledge of many things, in particular in regard to, like, chemistry and criminology. So if you sent him hundreds of years into the future and didn't update his catalog, basically, in his, like, mind palace, or as the books put it, his brain attic, I think is how they described it in the books, he would be useless. You know what I mean? He needs to have a very up-to-date, cutting-edge knowledge of criminology and stuff.
Don't fire! That's an order!
How did none of these people get training when they were security in this moon station that said, hey, don't open fire with your weapons in this space station because the windows are keeping us from dying. We're in space.
Huh?
Oh, terribly sorry. How clumsy of me.
No problem. Here.
I appreciate the commitment to still dressing like it's the Victorian era. How's the werewolf breathing? Hey, we got a Sherlock in chat. They bring that up. That's one of the clues. You win. It's a hologram.
If you crack the dome, you'll finish us all.
Oh yeah, why do they give us guns in here? Probably a bad idea.
Inspector
Who killed the kids? The person who's projecting the werewolf. And also the kids aren't dead, because this is a series for little children. So they just kidnapped them.
Lestrade, New Scotland Yard.
They kidnapped them by ripping them out of their spacesuits on the surface of the moon. Somehow that didn't kill them, though.
I'll get you out of here.
Computer, turn off the public address system.
PA system is currently offline.
Then how are we hearing that confounded hound? The moon is a complete vacuum. We shouldn't therefore be hearing anything. No air, no sound waves. Computer, is there another broadcast system online?
Emergency broadcast system is online.
Display a blueprint of the resort showing communication satellite feeds and hookups. Are any satellites currently transmitting into the resort? And if so, for how long?
JR702 has been transmitting a signal into Luna Satellite Dish 9B2 for 13 minutes, 3 seconds.
Transmitting directly into the emergency broadcast system. I suspect... could it be?
Question does not compute.
Indeed it does. Disconnect from transmission.
It's stopped, Mommy! It's stopped! But it's still there. Weird. I want a closer look at that thing.
Darlin' Dr. Lambchop says, this isn't the worst version of Holmes, really. It's a good way to get kids interested. It is. This is how I got interested in Sherlock Holmes as a kid. And that's silly, maybe, but it's true. Because I was a sci-fi person. I always liked sci-fi. I wasn't really into, like, old-timey stuff, and that's how I perceived Sherlock Holmes as a kid, was just some, like, old thing. But this got me into it. So.
Stop shooting!
It's Holmes! I knew he'd be here!
Go back inside and
I think he should have got a special spacesuit with a deer stalker on it. I know that would look stupid, but just go all the way with it. Let's go.
resume crowd control duties. Ah, Lestrade! Watson, you're just in time. This hound is a very sophisticated piece of work.
Ah! Watch it!
It's a harmless illusion. Observe, it leaves no footprints. I'll wager I can walk right through.
Home!
Oh, pity. And I was just making some real progress.
Oh, the Granada stuff first. Yeah, the Granada stuff is great. The Granada stuff is probably like, God, that ran for years. Did the guy who played Holmes in the Granada series, has he played Sherlock the most out of any actor? Because, like, those are full movies. Every episode is like an hour and 20 minutes long, and they did actual full movies, too. He's probably, by screen time, done most Sherlock Holmes more than anyone.
Oh well, there's plenty more evidence to be examined.
Holmes, wait!
You learned about Sherlock from that Owen Wilson, Jackie Chan movie where they save the Queen of England? Shanghai Nights, the sequel to Shanghai Noon. I have those in the other room with my Kung Fu movie stuff.
You're under my supervision here. Where are you going?
To the site of the attack, of course. Coming.
I don't get it. Why would the hound leave footprints?
Nights was okay. They're okay comedies. I don't really like Jackie Chan's American movies very much. Like, some of them are funny, but they're really bad at shooting Jackie Chan's fights and stunts. Like, if you've seen Police Story and then you try and watch, like, Shanghai Noon, it just makes you want to die.
Here, but not back at the resort.
Eyes and brains, Lestrade. There are obviously two hounds. This one and the holographic one.
But what about the old lunar legends? Why, even the workers who built the mining complex claim to have seen a phantom hound.
No, drivel and poppycock, Watson. A trick of...
Okay, I see how one could maybe start... No. It was the hologram all along, right? There's not just a myth of a wolf on the moon. Why would there be?
An over-eager imagination, a publicity stunt. Use your eyes, man. This hound is definitely a tangible, three-dimensional creature. But interestingly, its footprints are all identical.
Meaning?
It's non-organic. the prints of living creatures have continual variety.
But what does all this have to do with those missing kids?
Excellent question. One thing is certain. Someone has gone to great lengths to make this hound credible. And used your lunar hound legends to very good effect.
To what end? Scare people witless?
The tourists are leaving in droves. Presumably that was the desired goal. I
The werewolf is a robot? A wirewolf, if you will.
must see those shredded spacesuits straight away.
What a tragedy. How awful.
I know the suits are costly, but I wouldn't call their loss a tragedy.
I meant the kids, Holmes.
But they weren't in these suits when they were smashed and shredded. If they had been, the sudden
He just explained there's a hologram version and there's a robot version.
decompression would have exploded the faceplate out, not in, taking the person inside with it, creating a very nasty mess indeed, I might add.
So these shredded spacesuits were left behind? To throw us off? Meaning this was just a simple kidnapping with some weird window dressing.
Oh my!
Don't jump to conclusions, Lestrade.
Hannah the Platypus, what are you doing on so early? I wanted to stream a little longer today, but I work tomorrow, so I didn't want to stream super late, so I started early.
It's far from simple. We must examine all the facts to determine the motive. Computer, I want to see everything on Troy Winslow, Kelsey James, and Benjamin Jessup. We have 3 missing teenagers.
Including 2 of the richest kids in the world. There's your motive.
Then where is your ransom demand?
It'll come. Don't worry.
I think not. Computer, what do you have on Kelsey James?
The James girl. Regrettable losing her parents so young.
And left with very little to live on?
We know, Holmes. We read her bio on the shuttle.
Then you must have wondered how she got to Galileo City. It is an expensive trip.
I checked it out. She won the Lucky Lunar Getaway contest.
What are the odds of winning such a contest? 1,000,000 to 1?
I don't follow, old boy. What is your point?
Do me a favor, Watson. Scan the internet. Find out everything you can about that contest.
Sherlock Holmes talking about the internet is weird. What year does this take place? 22nd century. So, like, 23... early 2300s. Whatever year this was, plus 200 years, basically. So probably like 2302 or something like that.
Scanning
2100s, you're right. I went the wrong direction with that. Holy shit.
now.
Waste of time, Holmes. It's not the girl our kidnapper is after.
The girl
Probably 2102, something like that.
is only 15. Did she bring a chaperone?
Why?
Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd Century is the title of the cartoon. Fun little Canadian gig. I have a lot of Canadian kids shows pulled up today. I don't know why, but especially in the 90s and early 2000s, Canada was the king of, like, producing great kids content. Also, if you're curious, yes, I do own Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd Century on DVD. This is my backup DVD. My actual full Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd DVD is downstairs. This is the one I keep upstairs with my Sci-Fi. I will not elaborate on why I own multiple copies.
Oh, I don't know.
Curious. The contest seems legitimate enough, but the company that sponsored it was created just 2 weeks ago in New London.
No, the actual reason is because I bought it on eBay at one point years ago, and it only came with half the series, and I was pissed off, and I just bought it again when I found it somewhere else. Full. That's it.
When I tried to get bios on the corporate officers, the names turned out to be fictitious.
Wait. You think this whole contest was...
Thoughts on Phil of the Future, the 22nd century kid? He's a 22nd century man, according to the song, even though he was a kid. I liked that show. It's a Disney sitcom. It's crappy, but I liked the sci-fi shenanigans.
staged just to get this girl to the moon? Ridiculous! Why?
Again, Lestrade. Excellent question. Computer, what is the room number of Kelsey James?
Kelsey James is not registered at the hotel.
Then where is she staying?
With one of the employees, perhaps.
Computer, show me the funeral photo. Magnify crowd members. Ah, here's our man, Jim Garrett. According to this news clipping, he's Kelsey James's uncle and the systems manager for the entire lunar complex.
Good heavens, man! How on earth did you deduce that?
Elementary, Watson. I ran into him not an hour ago. He was wearing an identity badge. He seemed highly agitated and was carrying what appeared to be a book of security codes.
Emergency. Total
Did it say
systems failure in
security
30
codes
minutes.
on the
Evacuate immediately.
This is Garrett's doing, isn't it?
We must get to the lunar power plant as quickly as possible. Watson, get us a vehicle.
Impossible! The whole complex is locked down.
I know where we can borrow one. Come on!
Emergency. Total systems failure.
Did you hear that? It's on the override frequency. It's on the hologram, right? Right?
I'm getting readings for titanium alloy, steel, magnesium, trilithium plastics.
Time to take evasive action. Let's go.
Gotta live life, Sarah. That's what it is.
Look out!
Can't sit around and be depressed all the time just because shit is shit. I have a bad habit of doing that too, but like, that's just hurting yourself.
Distract the beast, Watson. Get away!
Toreador with 50 bits says, okay, I know this is going to be a hard take, but this is not a particularly accurate retelling of the Hound of the Baskervilles. No, a lot of the stories in Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century have a title that's reminiscent of an original Holmes story, but the take on it is usually very loose at best. They very rarely do, like, one-to-one adaptations on this show.
That thing's got some kind of anti-ionizer shield.
Lestrade!
Can't you go any faster?
Not with 20th century technology. Steady, Watson. The creature is top-heavy. Stand ready for my signal. The joints are its weakness. Aim for the joints.
It's supposed to be like the original Lestrade's, like, great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter or something.
It's working. Oh no!
Be ready, Lestrade. I'm aiming for those rocks. Now, Watson. Now, Lestrade. Aim for the joints.
Speaking of old sci-fi recreations, do y'all remember the Lunatics Looney Tunes? My local DVD store, has had a copy of Lunatics Unleashed on DVD in their case for like 2 years, and no one will buy it because they're charging $60 for it. And I want it so bad, but I cannot justify spending $60 on Lunatics Unleashed. I love collecting really obscure, bad cartoons. Love that fucking shit. But not for $60. Hopefully they'll lower the price one of these days. If you're not familiar with Lunatics Unleashed, you really do need to see this, so quick tangent. Lunatics Unleashed was the early 2000s attempt to reboot the Looney Tunes for, like, kids in the early 2000s, because, like, executives didn't understand kids, and they're like, how do we make them like Looney Tunes? This, like, kind of dorky, you know, cartoon from, you know, the 30s. Well, we do this, of course.
In the year 2772, a meteor strikes the city planet of Acmetropolis, knocking it off its axis. This cosmic event releases supernatural forces, unleashing a new kind of hero, the Lunatics.
Ace Bunny. Lexi Bunny. Like Lola, I guess. Danger Duck! Tornado Slam Tasmanian! Tech E Coyote! Rev Runner! So that was something. They did have villains that were based on, like, I'm not joking, they did have villains based on, like, Yosemite Sam and Elmer Fudd and shit, but, you know, like, overly edgy sci-fi versions of these characters. Really funny. Very funny stuff.
Just as I suspected.
Do I like anime? I have a running bit that I hate anime, but in reality, the more boring position I have is, like, I don't seek out anime, but there is anime I like. I wouldn't call myself, like, a fan of anime, but there are some animes that I have enjoyed.
Property of the Pimlico Zoo.
Toreador says their battle cry was literally extreme! It was so bad. I love the power glove. It's so bad.
The zoo? Wait! This was what that big crime spree in New London was all about.
Precisely. And here are all the stolen computer parts.
Then criminalizing all those people. Fenwick, the kidnappings, this whole lunar systems failure.
They are all part of a larger, more nefarious plan. Quickly, Lestrade, to the power plant. Now, Watson, join us as fast as you can. There's no time to waste.
The actor in The Wizard later became a PDF? Which one? The Power Glove Kid? You're telling... The Power Glove Kid or a different person? Because I don't need that lore. That lore needs to stay out of my life. No! Lucas from fucking The Wizard is a pedophile? Oh. Well, that sucks. I like The Wizard. It's not a good movie, but it's a movie I have a lot of nostalgia for. I used to rent that movie all the time.
I presume when expected.
I ruined Jackie Chan for you and at least one other person. Fair enough. Fair enough.
The kids! Are you okay?
Yes, but only until the turbines reactivate. Greetings, Holmes. I wondered when you and Lestrade would arrive.
Moriarty? But we saw his body. How can he...
When you
The clone!
eliminate the impossible, what remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. It's not the man himself.
As long as everyone in Pagemaster is okay. Let's see. Christopher Lloyd. Fine as far as I know. Macaulay Culkin. Not only fine, actually seems like maybe a cool dude. Whoopi Goldberg, kind of cringe sometimes, but I don't think she did anything I need to absolutely hate. Patrick Stewart, he's fine, I think. Leonard Nimoy, fine. I forget who the third book was who was horror.
Lestrade.
Who's Richard Newman? Should I be concerned?
Clone. As evil as the original, I'm afraid. Complete with his memories intact. Isn't technology wonderful?
So nice to see you, Holmes, after all these
Serious Seal, thanks for following.
centuries. Amazing that your wits are still with you.
Garrett gave you the security codes. He and the kids are of no importance to you now. Why not release them?
Oh, no. They may still be of some use.
Bribing wouldn't work on
Oh, Moriarty is voiced by a Dragon Ball Z guy. Gotcha.
Garrett, would it? So you concocted the lucky...
Some scandal happens with Sir Patrick Stewart. I don't think I could take it. Yeah, I don't think that would be great. I already don't think very highly of him personally. Like, I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I've just always gotten the impression that he seems very difficult to work with. And, like, he's a little too self-serious, and that's the vibe I've gotten from Patrick Stewart. Also, whenever he's actually gotten power in Star Trek to determine the direction of Jean-Luc Picard as a character, he has always and consistently made the character worse. As much as I think he's a great actor, he does not understand the character of Picard, and he constantly, when he has creative control, makes bad choices. Just put it out there.
lunar getaway to get to him through his niece.
Clever, wasn't I? Pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss
Frank Welker was horror. Okay.
Rod.
Well, there you go. Watch Page Master. Not problematic, I guess. Not a very good movie, but maybe not problematic, so that's good.
Inspector Lestrade to you, clonehead.
Once you had
Fucking Clonehead, got him.
the codes, you could control the entire lunar colony.
Today, the moon. In less than 5 minutes, the world. I've reprogrammed the Lunar Defense Network to unload its firepower on Earth's major communications facilities. Once Galileo City is vacated, it will become my base of operation from which I shall rule the world.
I knew she had stupid takes, Fenakagami. She was on The View. Of course she had stupid takes. But, like, I take that as ignorant actor talking and not thinking more than anything.
It's your little lab rat, Martin Fenwick. He may know something about cloning, but not about sneaking up on people. You're under arrest.
Exhaust turbines reactivating.
How quickly the tables turn.
What's that sound?
The exhaust turbines.
We're vacuum chamber now.
Get Garrett and the kids out of there. And so it begins. The game.
Hang on, guys. I'm on my way.
Probably missed why they just have a giant human blender in the center of the room. But there's a big human blender.
Lunar nuclear defense system online. Strategic target active.
Stop the countdown!
I know they said it's a turbine, but, like, what is it for? What is it supposed to do? Like, what's the... Like a power turbine? Okay, what's making it spin? Moon energy?
It's the print
I
recognition.
don't think they explained.
It ends here.
Actually, Hannah, it's probably a helium reactor because of the abundance of helium-3 on the moon. Blah, 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 blah. Bittergrin says, all industrial sites have at least one human blender. It's required by OSHA.
You're wrong, Holmes. Here it
Toreador says, what, did you never play Half-Life? There are big fans everywhere. I didn't. I played Half-Life 2, but I never played the first one.
begins all over again.
I played Half-Life Day 1, which was like a demo disc, because we had that at my house for some reason, but I never played the full game.
I'm locked out. It won't
So I
accept.
have seen the intro tram ride to Half-Life about 50 times.
My print.
Target, New London. Acquisition phase complete.
We need a clear print of Moriarty's.
All systems locked on target.
Got it!
Destructive, but effective, Lestrade.
Commencing final firing sequence. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well done.
Galileo City life support system shut down.
Galileo City, the system's failure. Can you stop it?
Actually already own a copy of Black Mesa, I've just not played it yet.
Done. All systems in Galileo City are back online.
Great! But you have some explaining to do.
Indeed. How did you know about the cloning?
Elementary, my dear Watson. When I examined Moriarty's body at Reichenbach Falls, I noticed a microscopic drill hole in the ice down to the surface of Moriarty's hand. It suggested to me that someone had taken samples of his DNA. Then, when this man kept popping up everywhere...
Of course! Dr. Martin Fenwick, notoriously unethical genetic engineer, repeatedly arrested for his unlawful cloning experiments.
Fenwick hoped Moriarty would become his brilliant slave.
But slave turned on master.
Precisely. Then, when all the technical equipment went missing, I knew Moriarty had a plan.
I should point out, I don't know why I should point this out, I don't know why anyone would care but me, they actually aired a lot of these episodes out of order, so they arrest that geneticist at the end of this episode, but in the next episode, he's just out and, like, robbing places as, like, a plot point, and they never explain if he got out of jail, because they aired him in the wrong order. Which is how they are on the DVD as well. It's not like they corrected it later. It's just out of order, canonically. The canon order is out of order for what they were supposed to be.
The Hound!
First the moon, then complete domination of the Earth itself.
Too bad he got away.
Ah, but he didn't.
Never understood how wrong air orders happen. Usually the network thinks that certain episodes are episodes are stronger than others, so they'll air them earlier in the season to get people hooked. It rarely is a good idea.
I attached a computer override device to the bottom of his shuttle. He should be arriving at the new Scotland Yard shuttleport in about 2 hours, Inspector Lestrade.
Inspector Lestrade?
You are my supervising officer, aren't you?
Huh. Well, this whole thing might work out after all, Watson.
Chief Inspector Grayson, New Scotland Yard. Open the hatch and surrender.
Oh man, it's almost like we shouldn't have trusted a self-driving car to transport a criminal mastermind to the police station alone with no supervision.
Parachute is missing.
Ship's log. Life pods jettisoned during re-entry.
Find him! Find him! Find him!
I used to watch this Saturday mornings on PBS. I'd watch it while I was getting ready for school in the morning. Because this aired, and so did Carmen Sandiego, the animated show, not the game show. Oh yeah, this is the Empty House adaptation, which is... The parts where Watson is alone are quite good, but then of course you'd find out that Sherlock is really alive, because that's how Sherlock is. But anyway, we'll move on, because we already spent about an hour on that. I would like to watch more of that in the future, though, because pretty fun. Let's do one more Sherlock thing, and then we will move on. Here's another episode of the Public Domain series from the 50s. Wasn't this originally produced by Fox? I thought it was a show by Deke. Deke, who did Carmen Sandiego. I think they might have done the Berenstain Bears show, The Littles, Archie's Mysteries. They did lower budget stuff that I think they produced for syndication. Could be wrong, though. I own this series on DVD as well. I own most Sherlock Holmes things that have been released officially on Blu-ray and DVD. I'm missing some TV movies. I now do have Mr. Holmes. I know last time we talked about this, I didn't have Mr. Holmes. I do have that now. No, this isn't the Basil Rathbone version. That's not going to be in the public domain until 2027. That's when The Hound of the Baskervilles will go into the public domain. It's the same year as Todd Browning's Dracula and James Whale's Frankenstein. 2027 is going to be an incredible year for the public domain. We're going to be having such fun streams during that. Yeah, this is Ron Howard as a kid is in this one. Little kid Ron Howard, like Opie Ron Howard. Thanks so much, Dark Beast, for the recommendation. The Case of the Pennsylvania Gun. This show did a lot. Well, they did adapt Holmes stories. This series actually did a lot of their own original Holmes-style mysteries, which I actually appreciate. I've seen so many adaptations of the actual Holmes stories. At this point, it's kind of nice to see new Sherlock stories, even if they're not quite as good as the original, like Conan Doyle ones. I don't know. It's fun. At least Watson isn't an idiot in this version. Yeah, I don't like when they make Watson out to be an idiot, which is a little bit of a problem in the Rathbone movies. I love his Sherlock, but the Watson I don't like very much. He's a foil, basically. He exists to make Sherlock look good. Yes, this is the same show that had the cowboy lady, correct.
Bilberilla Bramble, Bilger's Bay, Bimming Mary Magna, Binster, Binge, Great Binge and Lesser Binge. Amazing.
What's amazing?
The names of our English villages, Watson. What foreigner reading these could ever think of us as stiff and sober-minded people? Bippery Cross, Birrer Crags, Bird Cherry Brook and Birding Piece Place, Burlston Junction.
When do we go?
Go where?
To Burlston Manor, Burlston, Sussex.
Whatever led you to believe that I'm interested in Sussex, Burlston, or Burlston Manor?
No doubt you saw the account of the rather gruesome murder of Squire...
Fox distributed the Basil Rathbone ones of the 30s? Are you sure? I thought it was Universal, because I thought Basil was under contract at Universal. Maybe I'm wrong, though.
John Douglas.
Quite so. The case has...
That was the era where, like, actors and actresses weren't freelancers like they are today. They would effectively sign contracts with the studios where they would only be able to make movies for that studio for a certain period of time or for a certain number of pictures. Studios would lend out their actors and actresses to other studios sometimes.
But at the moment, I'm more interested in the fly fishing possibilities in the neighborhood of Burlston.
Ah, that would be the Arun. Runs within 2 or 3 miles of the manor house.
I heard of Fire Sign Theater. They have The Tale of the Giant Rat of Sumatra, which is a funny parody Sherlock Holmes radio plays. I've not heard that. That sounds good, though.
What manor house?
Burlston, the home of the late Squire Douglas.
Oh, yes, I remember. I believe he was quite a fisherman.
The moat is 40 feet wide.
40 feet wide? Well. Good Lord. He could probably fish from his bedroom window.
And when the drawbridge is raised, the place becomes an island. 4 hours after the bridge is raised, the body of Squire Douglas is found in his study with half his head blown off. That should appeal to you.
Fishing seems a safe business by comparison. Do you row a boat?
A boat? For fly fishing? Have you ever fished before?
Does this look like the equipment of an amateur?
Odd word. Which? Equipment. All the fishermen I've ever known talk about their tackle. What do you deduce from that, Holmes?
Obvious. Your fishing friends either lack experience or vocabulary. We deep-sea fishermen are in the equipment class. None of your nasty little bundles.
Yes, that gaff is far more suitable for a shark than a trout.
First 2 Rathbone movies were with Fox, then Universal bought the rights. Gotcha. That's what's confusing me. Mosslaw, thanks for 18 months of subscribership. Is that a word? Says, uh-oh, time for Kim Jong... Wait, what? Time for Kim Jong-poon to become a big brother. What?
Do you really think so? No good for trout?
Well, it depends what trout you're after.
Oh. Oh, yes. Well, we must carry it.
Oh, I named him. I come up with really stupid names. Okay, the second sub-baby's name is going to be... Kim Il-hung.
A tape measure.
A tape measure? What on earth for?
To measure our catch, of course. To measure our catch. And throw back the little ones. A good rule in life, Watson. Always remember to throw back the little ones.
You think our prey will count as a big one or a little one?
Well, hardly as big as Squire Douglas lying dead in his castle, surrounded by his moat.
Holmes, you've been analyzing this case.
Well, you know, I haven't got enough data yet for analysis, really.
Do you think it could be an accident?
What, with a sawn-off shotgun? And the triggers of both barrels wired together?
Murder, eh?
Yes, possibly.
What do you mean by possibly?
Don't sit there, man. That may be opportunity knocking.
Oh. Come in.
One of the things I appreciate about this show, I don't want Sherlock Holmes to be farcical, but I do enjoy there to be sort of like a ribbing repartee between Holmes and Watson, and I think this show nails that really well, where they do feel like friends who live together and kind of push each other's buttons, but it's mostly the bants. I think this gets that pretty right.
Mr. Sherlock. Oh?
The fisherman.
Hold on! Oh, come on! Blimey! No,
In there, boy. It's only a little one. Would you like it, Watson?
Do I have a Sherlock Holmes collection I want to flex? I have pictures of it, but I'm not going to show them right now. That would be self-indulgent. I'll just say I own most of it. I own most Sherlock Holmes movies that have been released, and TV shows. Even the series that was mostly lost. Oh god. There's a series that stars... Oh no, why am I blanking? He's Victor Frankenstein, as well as Admiral Tarkin. Jesus. You guys are going to give me the name in a sec. Anyway, there was a Sherlock Holmes series by the BBC that had him as Sherlock. But, like a lot of classic Who, Peter Cushing, thank you, most of the Cushing series was lost, like early Doctor Who, so there's only like 12 episodes left.
Would appreciate your view. Intriguing affair, Burlstone Manor. Signed, Inspector McLeod.
Ha! Please, English, for I'm utterly baffled. Help.
No, I don't have Holmes and Watson.
Hey, where
I'll
is
probably get it at some point.
Where's what?
Well, the tape measure, of course.
Thanks, Orion, for the link.
Where is that tape measure?
Holding the fiddle case together, sir.
Fiddle? Violin case, boy. Oh, tell me, Watson, how are we off for trains?
Trains? Ah, yes. Now, let me see. Burlstone. Yes, now, that would be the West Sussex Littlehampton Bognor line. Now, there's a 10:15.
Without a Clue with Michael Caine. I don't believe I have that one yet.
Now, that doesn't stop. Of course, it's a 12.
The ones I am missing as of right now that I am aware of are Holmes and Watson, Without a Clue, and They Might Be Giants. Those are the three I am missing that are the big ones. There are a variety of TV movies here and there that have maybe been released on DVD. I think there's a Russian Sherlock Holmes that's on Blu-ray that I haven't gotten yet. But, I have most of them.
I get it in at 4:2 or 4:7. I say, I've forgotten, actually.
You'd say you can't remember whether it's 4-2 or 4-7. Come, Watson, you're slipping.
Blimey. Does it keep all the times in his head?
Where else, of course? We are a nation of railway pioneers, my boy. Like a great many Englishmen before him, Dr. Watson restricts his reading to the Bible, the Times, and Bradshaw's Railway Guide to the British Isles.
Here, boy.
Brayline says, I like that they got Watson's special interest in timetables. Yeah.
Man of the March Hares, that's what you two are.
We need a Train-Spotting-esque Sherlock Holmes story that examines his rampant drug use. Oh boy, let me introduce you to the 7% solution. Give me a second to pull up the trailer. This is the story where Holmes meets Sigmund Freud. He actually has a Train-Spotting-esque coming down off the drug scene where he's hallucinating, and I love that scene. It's my favorite scene in the movie because his drug withdrawal hallucinations are all references to different cases. So you have like people from the Red-Headed League, you have the snake from the Speckled Band, you have all sorts of stuff. It's awesome. I love that movie. How did Holmes and Watson meet? John had just gotten back from war in Afghanistan, and he was looking for a place to live in London, which was quite expensive. It's still quite expensive. It was also expensive at the time, and he couldn't really afford it any longer on his pension. So a mutual friend of his and Sherlock introduced them, and they became roommates. And then Watson ended up getting drug along on the case for a study in Scarlet, which started their career as a team of mystery solvers.
Shortly before the turn of the century, two of the great minds of all time.
Oh wow, the sound mixing on that is terrible. Let me find a better mixed trailer.
Shortly before the turn of the century.
Wow, okay, the trailer is just mixed terribly. I'm sorry.
Two of the great minds of all time met and began an adventure that history has yet to record. Sherlock Holmes and Sigmund Freud. Together they uncovered the mysteries that tests their divine brilliance and threatens their very lives. Universal presents The 7% Solution, Nicholas Meyer's best-selling mystery from the personal memoirs of Dr. John H. Watson.
First, you must tell me how you guess the details of my life with such uncanny accuracy.
I never guess. It is an appalling habit, destructive to the logical faculty.
This is wonderful.
Come on, please.
The 7% Solution, revealing for the first time the vile and destructive habit that almost destroyed the world's greatest detective.
Watson!
The true identity of Sherlock Holmes' arch-nemesis, Professor James Moriarty.
You startled me.
Come on, Watson!
And the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the hitherto unknown affair that has come to be known as the adventure of the 7% Solution.
Anyway, this trailer's terrible, so I'll just tell you. Basically, the movie has a unique take on Sherlock Holmes in which he is severely addicted to drugs, even beyond what is recorded in the stories written by Watson. So the idea is that he's even underselling how much drugs he's doing in the stories. So Sherlock's interest in Dr. James Moriarty, or Professor rather, Moriarty, is a hallucination in that movie. In that movie, he's obsessed about James Moriarty and him being this criminal mastermind. But in that movie, he's not. He's just genuinely a guy. And Sherlock is so coked out of his fucking mind that he's got obsessive and thinks that Moriarty is this, like, guy who he's not. So it's more about the drugs being his arch nemesis. He's in his own way. Moriarty is like a metaphor for his own addictions, basically. It's a good movie.
I say, Watson, Have you seen my
And then within the logic of the story at the end, basically Holmes goes off to, like, live for a little bit, like, recovered from drugs, and Watson basically says, what do you want me to do in the meantime? And Sherlock basically tells him to write a made-up story about Moriarty, and that's supposed to be where the Reichenbach Falls story comes from, is really Sherlock went off to go be away for a while and explore the world while sober, so they faked his death in the books, basically.
Head bag anywhere? I suspect it's under the stairs. Mrs. Hudson got very tired of seeing it lying about.
Oh, good. Well, that means it hasn't been unpacked anyway.
I assume not.
Excellent. Then everything is ready. Oh, be a good fellow, would you, and dig out that bag and put it in the cab along with that tackle.
Why? Aren't you going to be here?
I have a little reading to do. Pick me up at the British Museum Library, say half an hour before the train leaves.
Now, look here, Holmes, this is no time to go reading. You'll miss the train.
I cannot vouch for the punctuality of Dr. Watson or the reliability of the company's steam engines, but I, for one, propose to be at Boylston Halt at 4:02 p.m. precisely. Or is it 4:07?
It was a nice piece of work, if I say so myself. The entire story hung on a spider's thread.
Spider's thread?
Exactly.
Huh. Ah, it sounds interesting, Inspector. Now perhaps you'll start at the beginning.
Simply stated, the castle, as you'll see, has a moat. And when it's up, as it was at the time...
Oh, you know what trope I never want to see done again in a Sherlock Holmes story? Because it's been done in so many Sherlock Holmes movies and stuff. Okay. So a lot of Sherlock Holmes movies will do the bit where you don't have Sherlock and the deer stalker and stuff. Which, to be clear, I don't think you need Sherlock Holmes to be in the deer stalker and this. You don't need him to look like this. I want to be clear, that's not what I'm saying. However, in most of the stories I have seen where he does not look like this, a character inevitably, as a cliche, has to say, "Where's your deer stalker cap?" And then Sherlock will inevitably say something along the lines of, "Oh, that's the illustrator for John's books. I've never worn a deer stalker." Or something along those lines. You don't need to do that. Just don't, if you don't want him to look like this, don't have him look like this. It's fine. You don't have to lampshade it. I'm not an idiot. I don't assume that the character of Sherlock Holmes always dressed like this, just because that's the pop cultural, like, platonic version of him. Anyway, so can we retire that trope? If you're doing a Sherlock Holmes movie, if you don't want him to look like this, just don't have him look like that. It's fine. Your audience isn't idiots.
The murder is a sealed fortress.
Who was in the castle at the time of the crime?
No, I understand that he didn't wear it in canon. I understand that it is the illustrator's fault in real life. I'm saying, in the movies, shut up about it. I'm saying stop bringing attention to it. That's what I'm saying.
Murdered man's wife, Mrs. Douglas, and a foreign friend.
I feel like it exacerbates the issue. If you just want to make it clear that Sherlock is not always wearing that, or is not typically wearing that, stop bringing it up.
John Morel.
Yeah, Granada did not fall for it. Good job, Granada.
Those two?
And the servants. But we've been able to rule them.
Yes! This is... Okay, Zarek, you get it. Zarek says, oh god, that's up there with what did you expect? Yellow spandex from the first X-Men, or all the other ha-ha-ha classic costume goofy moments in superhero films. That's what gets me. Yes, it is lampshading something that you don't even need to lampshade because you're embarrassed of it. If you don't want to do the deer stalker, fine. You do not need it. But don't, like, shit on other things that do use it. I don't know.
Out completely.
Your favorite Sherlock Holmes TV show was House MD. I like House.
And from your description of the house, it would have to be one of them.
It is the loosest of loose adaptations, but I do enjoy it.
Either Mrs. Douglas, or this friend of hers, Morel, or both of them.
They tried to make it appear as though someone had broken into the house and then dived through the windows to swim the moat.
But you disproved it.
Completely.
How?
I'll tell you when we get there.
House is one of your favorite shows. I'm kind of surprised House didn't get a reboot or a return series. Like, in the last 5 years, like, it's not so much now, but especially, like, when streaming services were all throwing billions of dollars a year at people to make, like, series and stuff to try and get you to subscribe to their service. Out of all the, like, nostalgia reboots, how did they not bring House back? That was such a popular show back in the day.
This murder weapon. A sawn-off shotgun, I believe.
An odd weapon, that. And a foreign gun, too. 3 letters on the barrel. P-E-N.
Aha. A larger P with a flourish over it, followed by a smaller E and N.
I always took Cuddy to be Lestrade. I always thought of Cuddy as sort of the Lestrade of the show.
That's right.
Ah, the Pennsylvania Small Arms Company, the famous American firm.
That's perfect. That's all I need.
You mean you need additional evidence?
Well, Mr. Holmes, every little helps, you know.
Then your case against Morel is not complete.
It's complete as far as... How did you know Morel is the murderer?
How did you know?
He has to be.
Why?
He's the only one who could be.
Suppose I were to tell you that Morel is not your murderer.
How do you know? Yes, Holmes, how do you know?
Why didn't you arrest him?
Well,
No, Monk isn't a Holmes adaptation, it's a Hercule Poirot adaptation. Not 1-to-1 exactly, but it's closer to Poirot than House is to Holmes.
He doesn't act like a murderer.
Ah, he's too self-confident, eh?
That's right.
Seems to be daring you to arrest him.
Yes. How do you know all this?
Holmes, do you know this man Morel?
Fascinating.
Yeah, I'm not actually familiar with this one, darling Dr. Lambchop. I don't know
The
this
case
story.
has suddenly assumed the most astounding proportions and the most astonishing challenge, Watson.
Zarek Shadow says, I've liked from what I've seen of House MD, but I will say that my encounters with some of the fans, I don't know, sometimes they seem to be, thinking being an asshole is a sign of intelligence, similar issue to Rick and Morty. Yeah, there are always going to be fans who don't get the point of certain things like that. Is the Deerstalker hat uncomfy? Mine is, because it's a really cheap costume one that's too tight for my head. I mostly got it because it came with a magnifying glass and the pipe, which I think are fun props. I've not really read a lot of Agatha Christie. I should. I like mysteries, and she's, like, the queen of, like, mystery shit, so... And I have liked the Hercule Poirot adaptations I've seen, like the long-running TV show.
That's one of the period.
Yes, it is lovely, isn't it?
What did you mean, Mr. Holmes?
Nothing. I just think it's a lovely building.
No, I mean when you said that Morel didn't murder Mr. Douglas.
Oh, that.
Yes, what did you mean? How do you know he didn't do it?
Well, if he didn't do it, she did.
You're jumping again, McCloud. You're jumping.
But it has to be one or the other.
Thank you for asking, Phoenix. I appreciate it.
It really?
What's he talking about?
Well, don't you know?
No, I don't know. If 2 people are in a sealed house with a murdered man, one of them has to be a murderer. That's common sense.
Ah, but is it logical?
What do you mean, is it logical?
I don't know, but Holmes says that all the time. I was hoping you might be able to tell me.
He hasn't been moved. That's just the way we found him last night. Watson?
Of course, death was instantaneous.
I should say so.
The charge was not fired directly into the face, as the newspaper's account had it.
Uh-huh.
I'd say the blast came from below, and that the gun was almost vertical.
Excellent, Watson. Excellent.
May I see this shotgun, McCloud?
Holmes, look at this.
Good Lord.
Wait, it's a brand like cattle.
Well, how old would you say it was?
Have you got your glass there?
Yes.
Thank you. It's very difficult to estimate marking like this, Holmes, but I'd say it's over 15 years.
20. Mr. Morell?
At your service, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
News travels quickly.
This is a small village.
You said 20 years?
Yes. The same age as this.
Fraternity of some kind?
It stands for the Mesa Valley, Arizona. Gold claim number 341. That is where John and I met 20 years ago. There were 3 of us. We registered the claim, worked it, and then sold it. We divided the money in
MS-13.
and went our different ways.
Uh-oh. Better deport.
2 years
Oh, the world's a nightmare.
ago, I looked John up here and stayed on. I liked it. And the third partner? He lost his money, and I believe his mind.
Just
He
need
came
to
to believe that
Photoshop the letters on there. That'll do it.
we had cheated him. And he swore to kill us 10 years ago.
Why didn't he?
He couldn't find us. No, we didn't have the same names at the time.
Do you think your old partner could have done that?
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. I am not the detective.
True. True. Well, we must bear that in mind.
You tried to make it appear as though another man had been here and went out through the window.
Did I?
He tried to build an elaborate story. A man of his size was seen passing through the village wearing a loud tweed topcoat and a wide-brimmed hat. He was heading this way. On the window ledge, there is a footprint in blood, indicating, of course, that the murderer dived through the window and swam the moat. But he didn't.
How do you know?
Because, Mr. Morell, outside that window and just a few feet down is a very large and at least a month-old spider's web. Anyone jumping or diving through the window would have to pass through the web. And no one did.
Well done, McCloud. Well done. A spider's web.
Surprised this guy is saying this and not Sherlock. Mr. Peach says, I looked it up and the first Agatha Christie was published in 1926, a year before the last Holmes. It's kind of interesting when there's like a baton, almost like a baton handoff when stuff overlaps perfectly like that.
The English police have the most amazing allies, I must say.
Now that you have made your deduction...
Reminds me, didn't like the last season of Friends and the first season of The Office happen like a year apart or something?
Mr. MacLeod.
You just don't think of eras like that necessarily being so close to each other sometimes.
Exactly what do they mean to me?
For the moment, nothing. But I suggest you do not leave the castle grounds.
And if I try to live...
I hope the numbers aren't too bad for you, Orion. I don't understand what you're describing.
Well done, McLeod.
But I hope
you certainly
it's
got
good.
your man.
But I'm not rushing in to make any arrest. I'm going to make sure the case is iron cast.
Oh, very wise. And what's the motive? Revenge for the Venice Valley affair?
I've got to go a bit careful there, Doctor. If you ask me, it's a case of, cherchez la woman.
Oh, what's he? Oh, is he Douglas?
Well, you know how these things are, Doctor, between us, men of the world. We know how a situation like this can...
Oh, of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. Delicate situation, then.
Delicate.
Yes, delicate.
This is, okay, I think this show is another good example of how to use Watson effectively. I know I already talked about it's pretty good. The division of, like, labor here. Holmes is the super genius detective. Watson can do medical examination, and he can talk to people because he's more of a people person. Perfect. He's not a buffoon, he has his own role, and he's good at it. Perfect.
Might almost be called the case of the other man.
Yeah, and he's not an idiot. Like, he's clearly smart. He's not as smart as Sherlock, but no one is in the Holmes stories, basically. So yeah, he's competent.
The other dumbbell.
Who?
Not who, what?
What?
That's right, what?
What are you talking about?
That. There's only one dumbbell.
One dumbbell.
That's right.
Well?
There's only one dumbbell, Watson.
I know. That's it over there.
Yes. Where's the other one?
Well, I don't know. I've only just come here. Do you know where the other one is?
What difference does it make?
Well, that's right, yes. What difference does it make? Maybe there is only one dumbbell.
One dumbbell? But they come in twos.
Perhaps he only had one.
Watson, do you mean to tell me that you can stand there, surrounded by all these athletic trophies, and suggest to me that such a man would only use one dumbbell?
Well, what difference does it make?
Yes, what difference does it make?
Well, if you two are convinced that you can solve the case with the aid of a convenient spider, I'm going fishing.
You're what? Oh, he's going fishing. He's brought his tackle.
Why?
To catch fish.
Then I take it you're satisfied with my analysis of the crime. Find the dumb.
Peach says, I didn't know about The Office, but the last year of Murder, She Wrote made fun of Friends because it ran opposite. Was it like a one-off line or something? Also, Murder, She Wrote's getting released on Blu-ray finally, which is awesome. And I posted this to the Discord. I don't know if anyone saw, at least one person saw it. Shockingly, they are releasing Knight Rider on 4K. I have my copy of Knight Rider on Blu-ray. Unfortunately, it's a Mill Creek release. If anyone knows about like DVDs and Blu-ray releases, there are some producers of Blu-rays that are like high quality, your boutique Blu-rays. Those are stuff like Imprint, Arrow, Vinegar Syndrome, stuff like that. And then you get to your like mid-tier releasers like the studios, Universal, Warner Brothers, and then all the way down at the bottom where it's just the cheapest, shittiest transfers with no special features, and they do the bare minimum to put it on a disc and sell it to you. And that's where Mill Creek resides. So, like, I'm actually very happy that it's getting released on 4K and not by Mill Creek. I think Universal's putting it out. Good shit. Thanks, Universal. Also, Star Trek The Next Generation Blu-rays were 50% off recently, and I've never seen them drop that low, and usually that happens before they announce a 4K, so they might be releasing a 4K of Star Trek The Next Generation soon, but that's just a hunch based on market trends.
Well,
hang the dumbbell!
You can't hang him until you find him.
Oh, there is, the full episode is like a Friends reference? That's great. Oh, I don't remember that episode.
Who? The man who took the dumbbell.
Gone too far now, Holmes. I think you've made him very angry.
Then he should fish.
Alas, I do think I'll be waiting longer for a 4K release of Automan. Probably. You have so many multi-disc collections from Mill Creek. Mill Creek is good if you want 50 public domain sci-fi movies for really cheap. They do have their place. They have their place. Like, stuff like this. This is a Mill Creek release, and they do a lot of stuff like this. This is 150 episodes of sci-fi television. And I think I got this for like $10 because like everything on here is public domain. So if you just want like crappy public domain stuff that hasn't been restored at all and they literally just printed it on a disc, Mill Creek will do that. Absolutely. You want Automan and Manimal? Oh shit! It's Manimal! I remember a while ago I couldn't find my copy of Manimal because I was trying to show you my copy of Manimal. It was downstairs, don't worry. I didn't lose Manimal. I do still need to get Nightman because this show got canceled before it got a final conclusion. But the same creator of this show did do a show later called Nightman about a superhero, and it featured an episode that was a crossover with Manimal and was sort of a backdoor finale to Manimal. You've heard of backdoor pilots. Have you heard of backdoor finales? Can I introduce you to Manimal and Nightman? And Justice League Unlimited did a finale to Batman Beyond, kind of, as sort of a backdoor finale. Yes, he was the superhero who played saxophone. That is Nightman. You are correct. Anyway, I got Manimal.
Lose the nerve.
Are you really going to fish?
I am.
Where?
Out of that window. It looks very comfortable.
Well, what do you expect to catch?
A herring. A red herring. I have the tape measure, Watson.
Do I have The Adventures of Shirley Holmes? No, I actually didn't know this existed until recently. The episode I saw was good, and I don't know if it ever came out on DVD either. Altered Undying, I believe, shared it with me. Because Altered Undying, I think, was doing, did a stream about it a while back, too.
Measure a red herring? To measure the big red herrings. The little ones I plan to throw back.
Holmes, you're up to something.
I am. What? Would you like to help?
Of course.
Well, look. Take the good inspector down to the local pub and keep him there for at least an hour.
You're thinking of Night Stalker? Yeah, no, that's Kolchak. That's a different thing. Kolchak, the Night Stalker, the Night Strangler, were the TV movies, and then they did the series The Night Stalker.
Red herring.
Which was an inspiration for the X-Files, which is the guy that played Kolchak ended up in an episode of X-Files, I think playing Mulder's or Scully's mentor or something? Because it was a reference to Kolchak, the Night Stalker. Is it Kolchak? No, not Kolchak. That's a different show. Who's the guy in the Night Stalker?
The moment I'm fishing.
The fuck is his name? Kolchak is a different guy. The fuck is his name in the Night Stalker?
For bait.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll do it.
Good. Remember, 1 hour.
I may enjoy myself in the local and stay too.
No, it is Kolchak. Okay, I'm not crazy.
What do you think he's been doing?
There's no guessing with him. For all we know, he may really have been fishing.
Perhaps we should have given him more time.
He's been an hour. That's all he asked for.
Yes, that's right enough.
Inspector McLeod? Hello, Sergeant. Have you seen Mr. Holmes?
I certainly have, sir.
What's wrong?
You know the staircase in that room?
Huh?
Mr. Holmes was sliding down them banisters.
He was what?
That's right, sir. Sliding down the banisters he was.
Well, he was probably investigating something.
Probably.
Well, let's ask him. There must be some reason behind it.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Go on. Ask him.
Ask me what? Well?
What have you been doing while we were away?
Well, first I fished.
No?
And then I slid down the banisters. I told you.
Why?
Why not?
Well.
And you, Inspector McLeod, are going to drain the moat.
I'm going to what?
Drain the moat. Empty it right down to the bottom.
I can't do that. That's a major engineering job. Don't you realize that's a real river that runs round the house?
Well, in that case, don't drain the moat, but tell everyone you're going to.
And then what?
Then we'll all meet back here in an hour's time.
and see if we can find somebody pulling something out of the moat.
Exactly. What? Red herrings.
Fishing
As
jokes.
mad as a March hare.
Also red herring, I get it.
How much longer? Not much. You're certain everyone believes they're going to drain the moat?
I don't know who believes it, but everyone knows I said it. Do you think someone will come to the murder room?
Someone has been in it for some time.
How do you know? The lights are out.
Because I left them on.
Look.
What? That's it, let's go.
Sherlock and Watson kiss. Sherlock and Watson are actually a thing that I have such conflicting feelings on, because on the one hand, frankly, straight cis men should be allowed in media and in real life to just be close platonic friends that love each other and care about each other, and like it isn't this weird, like they're constantly worried about being perceived as gay thing. But also, I want them to kiss. So where do we land on this? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be that person that's like, oh, two men who are friends and comfortable with each other, gay, but also like, I want these two to be gay a little bit. So like, maybe I'm the problem. I don't know. Let me put it this way, genuinely, it really depends on the versions. I've seen versions of Sherlock and Watson that I'm like, oh, I get kind of romantic vibes, and others that are like, oh yeah, they're just like really great friends who have this like beautiful platonic love for each other, and that's also great. This version I kind of clock more as friends. Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century, he's gay. He wants to fuck that robot. Raw.
Oh, excuse me. What are you using for bait? Oh, would you mind holding this? Thank you. What clothes did you say the stranger was wearing, McLeod?
A loud tweed topcoat and a wide-brimmed hat.
Like these?
The dumbbell. Holmes, how did you know?
When you're working near water, Watson, and a heavy object has disappeared, you may conclude, until you can prove otherwise, that it has been used to prevent some object from rising to the surface.
All right, Morell. You're under arrest for the murder of John Douglas. It is my duty to warn you that anything you say may be taken down and used in evidence...
No, McLeod. You haven't got it at all.
What?
This gentleman didn't kill John Douglas because John...
Derek says, do you ever ship the people you cover like Marcel Chili ship? No. I think shipping real people is weird. I'm like, hey, if it's fictional characters, go crazy. But the second people start shipping like celebrities or real people, that crosses a line for me.
John Douglas isn't dead.
That's too weirdly parasocial. Stick to the fictional characters.
He isn't what?
Dead. The man whose body you discovered in here is the very man who came back to... No, you're not with me, are you, McLeod? Would you tell him, please?
These clothes belong to our third partner.
The man who's been searching for you for 10 years.
Yes. He found us and arrived here with a shotgun. He and John struggled, and the shot went off.
Well, since her and I are married, I think it's okay, Phoenix.
That explains...
That's not shipping. That's just recognizing that we're married.
Vertical angle of the blast. In the ensuing struggle, the gun went off.
I heard the report and ran down...
It is silly because we're married, Phoenix. That's fine. I'm talking about when people, like, ship, air quotes, people in real life that are, like, not affiliated or not together, or they're just friends.
I timed it from your room. 15 seconds if you run, and 10 seconds if you slide down the banisters.
I ran.
I thought you would.
John was panic-stricken when he...
That's pretty good.
I heard the report and ran down immediately.
I timed it from your room. 15 seconds if you run, and 10 seconds if you slide down the banisters.
I ran.
I thought you would.
John was panic-stricken when he saw what he had done. I got the idea to change their identities.
But then where is Douglas?
With the aid of my tape measure, I was able to ascertain that there is a hollow space behind that wall.
Oh.
I imagine it conceals a passage under the moat.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, it does.
So it wasn't just one murder, it's 2 murders? Now that's a locked door mystery. We wound up with a whole extra corpse.
And John has had a 36-hour head start.
We'll stop him.
I told him you would.
I'll issue...
Oh, no, because there is one dead body, but they switched it out for the other guy, so they weren't sure which one was the dead guy. They thought the guy escaping was the dead guy. Okay, I got you. Never mind. There's still one body. My
Orders
bad.
for the apprehension of Mr. Douglas. And we'll talk about your part in this, sir, in the morning. You have conspired to conceal evidence.
I'll still be here in the morning, Inspector. A very brilliant piece of deductions, Mr. Holmes. An excellent application of applied psychology. I haven't been tricked many
Use you. It's the science of deduction, bitch.
times in my life.
You must remember that the next time you become involved with murder.
And you can now continue your fishing in a more normal manner.
Also, Sherlock Holmes doesn't actually do deduction. He does abduction. There's a difference.
Fishing? No, I don't care for it, really.
Unless it's deep sea, of course.
Yes. But in the absence of an ocean in the immediate vicinity, I think we'd better start back to Baker Street immediately.
Well, now, there's a 9:13 or a 10:23. The 10:23 will hold us up at Tunbridge quite a while.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Not at all, not at all.
I think that's one of the things I like about certain versions of Sherlock is the formality. He is truly a proper citizen of the British Empire at the time, you know? He is a gentleman, and even though he's investigating quite macabre murders, he's, you know, he might not always be the most personable, but he is polite, generally. Alright, well that's fun. So yeah, those are the Sherlock Holmes things we're gonna watch today for Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's birthday. Now we're gonna move on to some other stuff. That's a religious kid show. That's some yeah, I pulled up a lot of weird religious content. I know I wanted to do some 90s kids horror, though, so let's do that first and see where we end up. Oh, look, it's Jordy! What's the message, Jordy?
Your first try of crack, a very concentrated form of cocaine, can cost just a few dollars. But what does crack...
Inflation, am I right?
...really cost? Crack is so poisonous, it can kill you, even on your first or second try. Crack is so addictive, you can spend every dollar you have and still not get enough. Crack can cost you your family, your friends, your job, everything and everyone you care about. Crack's price is just too high to pay. A message from the Will Rogers Institute, White Plains, New York.
All right, don't do crack. Good to know. Excuse me. Have I shown you guys Big Wolf on Campus? Big Wolf on Campus was, succinctly, Buffy the Vampire Slayer for kids. And Buffy wasn't really for adults, it was for teens, or young adults, I guess. But this was, like, aimed at, like, 10 to 13, maybe, demographic. This was another show that was produced in Canada. The basic premise is there's a main character who in the first episode was turned into a werewolf, and now he and a friend of his who's kind of like obsessed with the occult, he's like a 90s Hot Topic kid, basically, fight monsters of the week together. So, I don't want to start with episode 1, because, frankly, episode 1 isn't very good. So here's episode 3. Yes, this is from Canada.
Rookie mistake, Tommy. Once you get past the stick fighters, you have to shoot the orange barrels to get more ammo. Oh, now you're down to your last man.
Here it comes.
I love fake video games from TV shows.
Whenever I get angry, hurt, excited, afraid, jealous, I start to wolf out. Sometimes it's the most frustrating thing you...
Oh yeah, it doesn't work like... It's Hulk rules. It's Teen Wolf rules. Not Wolfman rules. He turns into a wolf when he gets angry or horny or stressed.
Could ever imagine.
Oh yeah, I got the flamethrower. Now you're toast.
There you go.
Other times it's...
Oh, and his werewolf look is really cheap, frankly. This isn't a very good quality copy. It's pretty blurry, but like it doesn't look very good. They did not have the money to make him look like a full-ass werewolf. Hydrate, can do.
Not so bad.
Oh yeah. The winner and still champion, Tommy Dawkins, ladies and gentlemen. Peter, when you do that.
Wolfman looks weird. Yeah, actually the main character isn't that great. As the show goes on, it's a little funny. The audience likes the sidekick, whose name I forget, the Hot Topic kid that he's playing video games with. People ended up liking that character more, so as the show went on, the main character, the wolf guy, kind of got sidelined, and the weird sidekick friend kind of more became at the forefront of the plots. Kind of funny. I've never seen anything like that before, where, like, the side character takes over the show. Nope, that's not true. Family Matters. It happened to Family Matters. Sorry. Urkel. The Urkel effect. Spock effect is another good way to put it, I guess. Yeah. Oh, was it because the actor was allergic to the makeup? That sucks.
I used to own this town. Now it's all turned upside down. I wish I could figure out.
Plumbers don't wear ties. Why are you referencing that game? No one knows that. Well, okay, it was an angry video game nerd thing. Everyone knows that.
Do you think it's just a phase I'm going through? Just a phase I'm going through.
Happy Days and the Fonz. Okay, I guess I haven't really seen Happy Days. I've not seen it at all, but I haven't, like, watched a bunch of it.
This is Sally Dawkins with a Good Morning Pleasantville special debate. Our topic today, the future of Main Street's Rialto Theater. To some, a landmark. To others,
Oh, I picked this one because it's like a pastiche of 50s horror movies.
an eyesore. With me, live in
And y'all know how I like old movies.
his very tastefully decorated home, is Mayor Bob Dawkins and media analyst Dean Dawkins.
Mommy,
Mayor Bob,
The Rialto is more than just a landmark. It is a vestige, the last vestige of a simpler time in our town. If the Rialto goes, so goes our history, so goes our soul.
and I say to you, Mr. Mayor, tear down that Rialto. Let us dig up Main Street so that we may lay down the life-giving television cable that can entertain, educate, and enrich us all. And in the comfort of our very own bathrobes and underwear.
Yeah. The Rialto doesn't even have cup holders in the seats. What up with that, huh?
Go Angry Badgers! Woo!
Tommy.
The main character is kind of a himbo, but, like, not an attractive himbo. Like a dipshit himbo that you just roll your eyes at.
We are in the middle of an important television broadcast. Please try to act like an adult.
Oh, honey, I cut the grass off
Himbo. Derogatory.
your PB&J. Have a good day at school. Mommy loves you. Your rebuttal, Bob.
Okay, guys.
Do you remember this show? Yeah, it was on syndication on Fox Family. It might have also played on, like, whatever ABC Family was before it was ABC Family. Just the Family Channel, maybe?
Okay, this is a little early. I'm serious. Oh, yeah, that's... Okay, seriously, guys, that's starting to sting a little.
Make a wish, Tim. I wish.
No, you're not supposed to say it out loud. Yeah, coincidentally, I have a wish. Anyone want to hear it?
Can I interest you guys in some life insurance? Because you're gonna need it in about 2 seconds.
John, what does he mean?
Lunchtime!
Get out of here.
Oh! That's what I'm talking about. Tim, Travis? You all right?
No, the wolf man. He got us again. You saw him, Dingle?
There was no wolf man. You fell prey to Dr. Dingle's Fists of Fury.
I do enjoy the interrogation process, but nothing beats a confession. It's detention for you, Dingle. The charge? Bullying 2 counts.
Yeah, Merton. I mean, you ought to be ashamed of yourself picking on poor
Are
helpless...
these Balkan Skulls Canadian boyfriends? Yeah, that's good.
Tim and Travis.
Well said, Dawkins.
Thanks.
Is that wacky fruit yummy bubble? I'm cracking down on gum chewers. You've
Phoenix
got
says,
to
I'm assuming werewolves are a known thing in this series. Not broadly, like the world in... It's like Buffy. It's like Buffy. There are a select few people who are aware that supernatural things exist, but the world at large does not acknowledge or know about the existence of supernatural beings.
Attention to. See, you
could literally just, like, literally, this show is such a ripoff of Buffy for kids. You could just pretend it's in the Buffy universe. Like, a lot of the same rules apply.
both after school.
Yeah.
Sorry, boys. I'll try harder to make these hallways a safe haven for all.
They're rebooting Buffy, by the way. I am not looking forward to. Let's be real. I think even by the end of original Buffy, they were out of ideas. You got more ideas now for Buffy? Kinda doubt it. Sarah Michelle Gellar is coming back, but like, new cast or original cast, a mix. They're doing the thing where the old cast are like the mentors, and there's like a new Slayer who's, you know, younger, who's like the main character. Is she gonna be Buffy? It's gonna be called, I assume it's gonna be called, I don't know the new main character's name, but let's say her name was like, what's a modern younger teen girl name? I don't know what teen girl names are now. Whatever, it'll be Blank the Vampire Slayer. It won't be Buffy. It'll be something else. No Joss Whedon. Joss Whedon is not involved, to my knowledge.
You want to sign my Rialto petition?
Oh, right on. It's about time they blow up that old theater. Now they can put in a giant multiplex with...
Isn't the Slayer reincarnated each generation, though Buffy did technically die? Yeah, they dealt with that in the original series, too, because remember, Buffy did die, and then there was another Slayer, so there were multiple concurrent Slayers. So they'll probably just say that that other Slayer dies, and Buffy is still around, but that secondary Slayer is probably gonna die, leading to a new, younger Slayer, if I had to guess. They came up with justifications for it in the original.
Soft, cushiony seats and cup holders and... that video game.
There was also a sequel comic to Buffy that kept the show going, where basically they built a headquarters in, I think, Scotland, and did, like, global stuff, but I don't think that's canon.
In the lobby.
I actually have Buffy. It's called Buffy Season 8, and they did a motion comic version of it that I have on Blu-ray.
Tommy, the petition is to save Rialto.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yes, well, he's an idiot.
That's a worthy cause, too. What the heck?
Thanks. Hey,
at the end of Season 7, they awakened the potential of all potential Slayers through magic. Oh, see, I don't even remember that.
You want to hang out at the factory after school today?
Yeah, that'd be great. Wait. No, I can't. I just remembered. I've got...
detention.
Just like X-Files with Buffy, I was always a fan of the Monster of the Week stuff. I don't really care for the, like, lore episodes.
Is the cornerstone upon which the Cathedral of Discipline is built. When I was growing up, We learned right from wrong the old-fashioned way through outdated instructional films.
Meet Butch. Butch is a bad apple. He's only happy when he's making others unhappy.
Oh, hey, Butch. How you doing? Have a nice trip, bucko?
Nobody likes a bully.
All forget. Say, Mary, it looks like we're all alone. What do you say you let me plant one on you? Just a smoocheroo.
In this day and age, the exchange of precious bodily fluids is always risky.
Come on, let's get
The exchange of precious bodily fluids is always risky.
Wait, I want to see what happens.
You all know how much I enjoy old educational films. That's very funny.
Mr. Butch, he's the classic anti-hero of the post-war era, in the Brando tradition.
Remember?
Oh no, I grew up to be the geek character from Big Wolf on Campus. Except with boobs. That sucks.
On the inside. And furthermore, Butch should know better. When dealing with a swell gal like Mary, there are do's, and there are don'ts.
Butch Jenkins, I am not that type of girl.
Cthulhu Flower, thanks for a 3-stream streak.
This movie's lousy with rules. Don't smoke, don't go to second base. Well, I'm going out there right in front of Peggy Sue, who ain't so prude.
Wait, you can't go out there.
Okay, maybe this is a different episode than I remembered, but that's still a funny concept. 1950s educational film character is annoyed by the restrictions of their universe and breaks out. That's a fun idea. I like that. Yeah, it is a little Pleasantville. It's kind of reverse Pleasantville. The opposite of the plot to Pleasantville. H. Baird in Pleasantville, they go into a TV show, which I do like that movie. Really great visual effects with the selective desaturation, too.
Butch, where are you going?
Where do you think you're going, young man?
Now, arguably, using a almost entirely white cast to tell an allegory about segregation is maybe a very 90s choice, let's put it that way. But I get it. But once in there, the characters break out. They don't break out, they just start behaving in ways they weren't able to before. No one breaks out of the TV show in that.
Kiss me again.
Have I seen Last Action Hero? I love Last Action Hero. I own it on 4K.
And mother.
I love how the Grim Reaper from the Seventh Seal gets released. And isn't they played by Ian McKellen in that, too? Which is a pretty good casting choice if you're going to replace the guy that played the Grim Reaper in the original. Not bad.
Mother?
Butch, you come back here.
Yeah, don't worry about it, dollface. I'll be back. And I'll be bringing a friend.
I own the things I hate? Yes, it's important to own the things you hate. You understand yourself just as much by the things that you hate as the things that you love. Bella Lagotzi, thanks for 22 months, says, why does every Canadian-produced kids show feel like they exist in the Bible Man universe? The production value. I find it endearing.
Butch!
That's great. What gives? My hamburger looks all screwy.
It's a veggie burger.
Vegetables in a burger. What is a school gone pinko?
Communists!
What's in the box, Toots?
Cran grape. Duh.
Oh. You got moxie, kiddo. It's too bad you're not a couple of years older.
Yeah, whatever, Fonzie.
Guy from the 50s would not have cared about the age difference. I'm glad he does in this show, but that's not realistic. This motherfucker would be trying to date 14-year-olds. People are sick.
Come on, Hardy, let's go.
Sorry, boys, it looks like you're in my seat. You clearly have no clue who we are, do you?
I think we should give him a warning head start. What do you think? I agree. Okay, we'll give you 5 seconds to run before we pummel you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm still here. What are you gonna do about it, Weisenheimer?
Oh, well, somebody wants to tango.
Hit it, Maestro. Let's dance.
Are they even really the bully characters if in every scene they're getting beaten up? At what point does it just get sad?
You sure we still rule?
Yes, Tim. I'm positive.
Please confine all gang-related activity to the parking lot, shop lot, and other...
Yeah, the Worf effect makes sense. For those that don't know the Worf effect, that's the trope named after Lieutenant Commander Worf from Star Trek The Next Generation, who was a strong Klingon warrior, but usually they used him in the plot to show that the enemy was formidable. So, like, Worf would go and attack the enemy, and you're supposed to know, oh, he's a really strong Klingon warrior, so when he gets beaten by the enemy, you know that the enemy's really strong. But when you do this over and over again for 7 seasons, you basically just have 7 years of Worf getting his ass kicked. So, like, it stops coming across as, oh, they're really tough because they beat Worf, and more, oh, Worf isn't as strong as he acts because he's always getting beat up. Gotta be careful with that kind of thing.
Thanks for the signatures, guys. Oh, hi.
Hey.
Hi. Do you want to sign my petition to save the Rialto?
Rialto? What's the Rialto?
It's the school theater they're demolishing downtown.
Who is that? And what's up with the oil spill in his
Krillin in
hair?
Dragon Ball Z. I guess I don't remember enough, but I believe you that Krillin
So what are you, sweet
filled that role.
old theaters? Yeah?
Okay.
Looks kind of familiar, doesn't it?
In Deep Space Nine, Worf became an ass-kicker extraordinaire. I like Worf in Deep Space Nine a lot more than Next Gen anyway. I think Worf was served a lot better by the writing of Deep Space Nine than he ever was on Next Gen. And I don't hate him on Next Gen, he's just one of my least favorite characters on Next Gen. One of my most favorite characters on Deep Space Nine. I like a lot of the characters on Deep Space Nine.
Where do we know that guy from?
Thanks.
No problem, baby doll. Well, you have a nice trip, bucko?
Bucko.
Butch!
Merton tried to explain to me how it was possible for Butch to jump out of the movie screen and into reality. I didn't understand a word of it. But then again,
Sorry, I was muted somehow. What I was saying was, the more I'm watching this, because I haven't watched this since I was a kid, I understand how the side character became more popular. The main character's like an idiot with no agency, and the side character is explaining everything. Has anyone seen Big Trouble in Little China? I'm getting Big Trouble in Little China vibes, if you know what I mean.
neither did he.
Okay, now if we can maintain a constant level of emulsion, and there would be a celluloid and protons would converge in a diverge. I don't know where I am right now. I'm lost. I don't know how Butch got into the movie, out of the movie, but I do know this. This is just like the Purple Rose Cairo, Woody Allen's Oscar-nominated tale of longing and betrayal.
Yeah? What happened?
The Academy snubbed them. It's all so political.
What happened in the movie?
A screen character stepped out of the film into the real world, just like Butch did.
And so,
Hey, your
unless
mom's on.
the injunction is lifted, nothing can spare our beloved Rialto Theater from the wrecking ball. And if Mayor Bob Dawkins is watching, it's not your fault, honey. And
No,
now back to Fringe.
We've never really talked about this, but your mom is
The
kind of...
next word that comes out of your mouth better be talented.
Talented, yes, exactly. And you don't often see that in the smaller TV markets.
Well, we know Butch is here. I mean, that we do know. Hey, what if we I don't know, check the film for clues or something like that?
Yeah, good idea, Columbo. Yeah, let's check the film for clues. Actually, that's not a bad idea.
Well, have you found him yet?
Who, Butch?
No, President Eisenhower. Of course, Butch.
Now, Mary, we're all upset. You shouldn't take it out on them.
Guys.
Oh my god, the narrator's a character. This is great. No wonder I liked this show as a kid.
I think the important thing to remember here is that
I'm getting the vibe that even though the budget was low, the writers were having fun writing this, and sometimes that's enough. Sometimes that's enough.
Butch is here terrorizing us instead of there terrorizing you.
The pale young man is right.
How does he know I'm young?
We've got to get Butch back into this movie where he belongs.
What's he doing here in the first place?
He says he's gone to find a girl to bring back into the film with him.
You mean a girl from our school?
I'm afraid so.
Who would Butch go for?
Take a wild guess.
Heather Scarpazzo? I mean, I know she's got abnormally thick ankles, but if the graffiti in the boys' room is right, she's an amorous little lass.
No, Merton.
What the fuck is this show? This is for children.
Stacy.
Oh, that's funny too. Like a 90s grunge bar, but they're treating it like it's a sock hop.
Say, you got
That's a bit. That's funny.
You ever thought about being in pictures? Huh? Don't freak. We'll be right back.
For those of you that weren't born in the...
What's this series again? Big Wolf on Campus? Like Big Man on Campus, but wolf?
50s.
The entire series is on YouTube if you're curious. I can send you a link. It is in this quality, which is like 240p or something, so it's not great quality, but like it's watchable, especially as like a second screen thing if you were playing a video game or something.
It's called The Twist. Another malted?
I would love to, but I have to get 10 more signatures on this petition.
Here, let me see.
They couldn't afford the actual Twist song now. Of course not. Chubby Checker is gonna take his 10 pounds of flesh, okay? Don't fuck with Chubby Checker.
Or chocolate. Chocolate. The Twist? A malted? I gotta send this guy back to where he belongs.
Say, I've got an idea. Why don't we continue this over at the Rialto? I have a very special movie I want to show you.
Okay, slow down, Butch. I barely even know you.
Well, here's all you need to know. I'm a perfect gentleman.
Okay.
Great. Well, I gotta pick up the movie, and I'll meet you there at 8 o'clock.
Rialto? 8 it is.
All right. So I'll see you there.
Bye.
Stay. Look, Stacy. I know this is gonna sound crazy, but you have got to stay away from that Butch guy. He's dangerous.
Dangerous?
Yeah. No, seriously, I mean this guy is really, really dangerous.
What's wrong with him?
What he wants, he's trying to, what he's trying to do is, Butch is a character from, okay, did you see the Purple Rose of Cairo?
Look, Tommy, I really gotta go, okay?
Just promise him you'll be careful.
All right, Dad. I promise. Scout's honor.
That's see, okay. Writers, steal that. That's a good tip. How do I have my character know where the other character is going when they don't want to tell them? Have them write it on their hand and then do a thing where the other person can see it. It's a little cheap, but I kind of respect the fact that they took the time to care about the structure of this story, and like, how would he know that? Fuck it, I'll take it. I am so beat down with how bad a lot of like modern streaming shows are that basic setups and payoffs are like a revelation. The foundational blocks of storytelling are like an afterthought sometimes now.
Looking for this? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I was. Oh.
Well, that was pretty stupid.
I had to taunt.
He is the better character.
Okay. They are meeting at the Rialto at 8.
It's 7:30. We should be going.
He can't, do anything without the film, right? Right?
In my defense, let me just say that he is in fact a very, 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 very bad apple. I should go too. Well,
what?
We're about to face a realm-hopping, time-traveling thug. It's a fairly stressful situation. See that vein? It's not supposed to pop out like that. Why haven't you transformed?
I don't know. It's just not happening. I must not be afraid of Butch.
Yeah.
Guess I'm just gonna have to handle this as myself. As Tommy Dawkins.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing, man?
Just in case.
Here.
Okay. I'll go through the projector. You make yourself comfortable.
The good thing he knows how to spool a projector. That's not a skill everyone has. That's kind of funny.
Comfortable. Yeah. Right.
That's true. I guess he is from the 50s, yeah.
Mary?
A lot of people
Say
have projectors at their house or whatever for their, like, Super 8 shit.
Hello to Stacy. She's coming to live with us.
Butch, no! Okay, what's going on?
1950s educational film Polycule.
I told you I was gonna put you in pictures. I just left out the word permanently.
What are you doing?
Let her go, Butch. We'll talk about this when you get home.
Put a sock in it, Square. I'm in charge of this picture now. Things are gonna be a lot different around here. There. Fasten your seatbelt, baby doll's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Okay, date's over. You are too weird.
Oh, that's good. That was a good flip. Oh, look at those wolf feet.
You have a nice trip, bucko?
Yeah, you have a nice trip, bucko.
Merton. It's okay?
Hey, I'll go 2 against 1, but I ain't fighting no bear. Oh, he's not a bear. He's pure-blooded, all-American werewolf. And I'm his sidekick, his compadre, the Tonto to his Lone Ranger. Oh.
I'm sorry, I just like how consistently he keeps fucking up. That's relatable.
But I'd be happy to share any of Kemosabe's weak points with you.
Oh, heaven.
Mary, your language.
Let him go, Butch! Sorry, Charlie, now back off, or I'm pulverizing this pipsqueak. Okay, the neck is very brittle. I didn't drink much milk as a child.
Butch, you get back in that movie, and you leave us alone.
Chance, Chuck. I only came out here because I wanted a companion to bring back. But you gotta make things all screwy for me.
Come on. Butch, you don't have it so bad in your movie. Mary's a beautiful girl, you know.
Yeah, she's all right. But between you and me, she's not a whole lot of fun, you know what I mean?
Butch, I was thinking, if you come back, I'll let you get to second base.
What? I watched this show when I was like 6. What are you talking about? Oh.
No fooling?
Try me. Besides, we all kind of miss you back in here.
I'm sorry. Did boobs save the day? Boobs are the Deus Ex Machina? Okay. Sure, fuck it. Whatever.
Calm down!
This problem solved itself. The main characters didn't do anything.
All right, Mary, let's get cracking.
Butch is about to learn that bad deeds don't go unpunished.
What? You're coming with me, young man.
Hey, no fair!
Now he has to touch the principal's boobs, and it's less fun. Orion Cooper with a $2 super chat says, I'm disgusted by this smut. Shame, Hannah, shame.
Thanks, Tommy.
No problem, Mary.
I don't understand what I assume it says something that we can't read because, you know, it's 240p.
Thanks anyways. But I've already got a gal.
Oh, it was supposed to be like, will you sign my yearbook? Like, I get it.
Could you just flash that number one more time?
Oh, it's a phone number. Okay.
Now that looks like good, clean fun. Mary, I never approved.
Oh, stop it! That's not nice.
Everyone trapped in this movie is just too horny to live.
Well, Stacy's petition saved the Rialto. But before they could start renovating, Mom and Dad took a trip down memory lane. Ugh. And as for Butch, well, he clearly left his mark on Pleasantville.
Vanilla. My favorite flavor. You want to dance?
Yeah, I having problems with these new dance steps, you know?
Wow, they're not even good at doing the twist. Come on, baby, let's do this. Then I get sued. Remember that time that Chubby Checker played himself on Quantum Leap, but he was clearly way too old? One sec. Oh, none of that typed. Well, there you go. Yeah, this was an episode where Sam leapt back to, like, the 1950s, and he met Chubby Checker, but he played himself. So, like, to be clear, Chubby Checker was supposed to be, like, a teenager or early 20s at this point, but he played himself as a fucking adult? And it's like, you're not in your teens or 20s, Chubby Checker. You're, like, 50 or 60 years old.
Know you? Friend of yours?
The twist! Come on, baby.
It's a pretty good demo, but I was just telling...
Oh, look, it's another scene where Sam accidentally bootstrap paradoxes something.
I don't think it really has what it takes.
This episode is called Good Morning Pretoria, by the way.
Say, can I borrow that for my act?
Oh, sure. I mean, but I
Yeah, he also met Michael Jackson.
I got it from you.
Sam, Sam, if you want this station to be #1, tell
Anyway, so that's Chubby Checker on Quantum Leap. Okay. We watched Big Wolf on Campus. We can move on to something else. I had... Oh, you're never gonna guess what this is about. Okay, I have to pee real quick, so don't go anywhere. I'm gonna go pee and grab a Coke Zero. While I'm gone, Cher will tell you about, Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad! This is Volume 2. My Volume 1 is from a library and it's used, so it doesn't look very nice. So I'm showing you my nicer one. Okay, that doesn't want to cooperate, so, here's Gridman, which is the same show, but better. Alright, I'll be right back. Back. Alright, first person to tell me what they think this video is about, I'll be impressed if you get it right. Let's go. Wait, what episode with the trans woman Phoenix? I don't remember there being a classic Quantum Leap episode with a trans character. There's the gay episode that takes place at the military school. They did do a trans episode of the reboot Quantum Leap. It was in the Vietnam episode. They were a background character. Guess I don't recall that. I know that's the episode where he met his brother in Vietnam, but...
Alright.
You gonna do the lead? Hey Marilyn, how you doing over here?
Pretty good.
You about ready to go?
Yeah.
Let me check your horse, make sure it's doubled back. Yeah. that looks good.
The reboot as a trans member of the Leap Team too. Yeah, I think non-binary. I didn't like the reboot that much. It's fine, but it wasn't as good as the original, and it got canceled, which sucks.
This is gonna be a little bit harder than anything you've done before, but I think you're gonna be able to do it.
Yeah,
How you feeling?
I think I'll be able to.
I got a reason.
Again, when I tell you what this episode is about, you're gonna be like, what?
Questions in my head, I feel them in my heart. Answers I don't know of, I wonder where to start. I gave my will to Jesus and decided to trust him. He gave me every reason to give up all my sin. I know what you're feeling, I've been there before. If you just let him in, he'll be waiting at the door. I got a reason to walk the street narrow. I got a reason to fire like an arrow. I got a life that
I will ask one more time before I reveal it. What specific thing is this epic music video about? What are they overcoming metaphorically here by climbing this mountain?
always worth living. You gotta come along. You feel you should be running, though you know you're standing still. You know you could be something.
Just a Peach got it. It's porn! This episode's about porn! And how not watching porn is akin to climbing a mountain!
If you only knew his will, emotions running wild and you're chomping at the bit. Trying to work the pieces, but they don't seem to fit. I know what
Yeah,
you're
look at this
feeling.
person.
I've been
They're
there
climbing a
before.
mountain.
You just
They're not
let
jacking
me
off
in
at all.
and be waiting at
No
the
porn.
door. I got a
Just
reason
mountain.
to walk the straight and narrow. I got a reason to fire like an arrow. I got a life that's always worth living.
No, not porn addiction, Baha. Any porn. This is from Focus on the Family. Any amount of porn is addiction to them. Like, you're not allowed to see a Sears catalog that's a little too scantily clad bathing suit issue, okay? No, Focus on the Family! Edging was the problem to begin with!
There's a problem that's all too prevalent in our society.
Also, this is before, like, personal drones, so they rented a fucking helicopter for these goddamn shots just to try to get people to stop jacking it.
It's an addiction that's rarely talked about, but it's one that can wreck lives and destroy marriages. It's the problem of pornography. In this program, featuring a riveting interview with serial killer Ted Bundy,
On a limb here, I don't think porn made him do this.
just hours before he was executed, Dr. James Dobbs.
I don't know if people don't remember this. Back in, like, the 80s and 90s, you know, that was the era. The 70s is when, like, there was a big surge of serial killers, and it went on into the 80s with a lot of their interviews and stuff before they were executed or whatever. Because more states had the death penalty back then. So evangelical pastors and other grifters took this opportunity to go to these serial killers, and they'd basically be like, hey, so if you come on my program and say that you murdered people because of porn or homosexuality or basically any political thing that, you know, these people don't like, then we'll put you in our thing, and the governor will see that you're doing good now, and then maybe they'll call and make it so you don't get killed by the state. So basically, this is a weird period of time where evangelical Christians were basically blackmailing serial killers and being like, oh, you don't want to get murdered by the state, do you? Come on our program and say that porn made you stab people 50 times. Now, to be clear, blackmailing serial killers isn't the biggest crime in the world, but, like, it's still pretty fucking bizarre.
Talks.
And this happened a lot. Like, this didn't happen once or twice. There are, like, at least 5 or 6 of these things that I've seen where it's, like, evangelical pastor interviews serial killer who then blames their serial killing on porn or whatever.
About pornography and tells why it's addictive, progressive, and deadly.
My greatest concern, and one that I want to focus...
They weren't so much blackmailing them as wanting explanations for serial rape and murder. No. You're assuming that these are good faith questions they are asking. They're not looking for explanations. They're looking for things that they can use to lay blame at the feet of social things they don't like pornography. So they go to the serial killers and know that they're desperate because they're gonna get killed because, you know, the death penalty. So they offer them this opportunity to maybe make people think that they've changed their ways and accepted Jesus, so they'll get their sentence commuted, so at least they don't get executed.
On a little bit with you all is the addiction of pornography. Now, you know that hard drugs are addictive, and you know that marijuana can get a hold of you.
By the way, I am going to go a little longer today. That's why I started early, and we're a decent amount through, so my little calls to action. If you like the show, consider subscribing here on Twitch or gifting subs if you like the show. It helps a lot. I couldn't do it without your support. And if you're on YouTube, like the stream, consider becoming a member. And if you want to support the stream, super chats also help. All right, continuing.
Emotionally and so on, but very few people realize just how addictive pornography really is. Not so much for girls, but very much for guys. I am convinced that pornography, for some...
I find it very funny that evangelical men seem to be under the impression that women don't get horny ever, and that no woman ever enjoys porn of any kind. Now, in my experience, the kind of smut that women enjoy tends to be quite a bit different than that enjoyed by men, but, like, it's still out there. It just tends to be more literature type stuff. It's more reading than visual, but whatever.
Some boys, not everyone again, for some boys, pornography is as addictive as crack cocaine. One exposure to a 13...
crack or brazzers? Tough to say. Nemesaur, thank you for gifting 10 Tier 1 subs. Thank you very much.
13-year-old boy at just the right time, and he will grab that, and it will become very much a part of him and will be there for the rest of his life. Interesting thing about pornography, it functions very much like drugs. You take a little bit and it goes a long ways. But you bore with that and you take a little more, and you need more, and you need more, and you need more. So that you begin with soft core pornography. That's Playboy, Penthouse, it's airbrushed nudity, it's things like that. They call it soft core pornography. It's not illegal, it's available everywhere. In fact, the research shows teenagers are the #1 buyers in the entire Western world, the #1 buyers of not only softcore, but hardcore pornography. I served on the Attorney General's Commission on Pornography for 18
That's depressing.
months. It was one of the most miserable experiences of my life. Our responsibility was to evaluate this stuff and make recommendations to the government.
So to be clear, your job was watching... Sorry, let me rephrase that. Your job was being paid by the federal government to watch a bunch of porn. You got paid by the federal government to watch an absurd amount of porn. Great. That seems like a good use of tax dollars.
And the material that we had to watch is infinitely...
And I'm sure he was disgusted the whole time. I'm sure he was like, ah, these sinners. Amber says, PSA, masturbating regularly is good for you. It releases dopamine, relieves stress, keeps your heart healthy, and if you have a prostate, dramatically lowers your risk of cancer. That's definitely true about the prostate thing.
Worse.
And prostate cancer, I have heard, is not fun.
This. I won't even describe it to you, but it's terrible. And then what happens with an addiction to pornography is you go from there to a little fire trail, a little barrier, where you've seen everything that a man and woman can do together. Now what? Because, see, one of the characteristics of pornography is that you bore with...
If you think you've seen every sexual act that a man and woman can do together, no, you haven't. No, you haven't.
With it. This stage becomes boring very quickly. And then you move on to another one, and you're walking down this path. What happens when you get to the point that you've seen it all? Not
hentai.
Not everybody, again, but a percentage. That's the point. You don't know when you're in the percentage that's vulnerable.
Please tell me this audience is paid to be here. It's worse. A lot of them look like teenagers. They're probably forced to be there by their parents.
To one of these doors, one of these addictive behaviors. For a percentage, they jump the fire trail.
Quote, Dr. Dobson is quite bad when it comes to parental advice. He advises parents to spank their children until they cry, quote, genuinely. And if they continue to cry after 5 minutes, you should offer to spank them more. Also, told the parents not to go to their kid's gay marriage, or they were endorsing it. Yeah, Dobson is big and focused on the family, or at least he was. I don't know if he's still alive. But he's a scumbag. Absolute awful person, focus on the family, awful organization that basically existed to hurt gay people. Like, really bad shit. Focus on the Family is an evil organization.
And they go to the perversions. This is how people get into child pornography.
What? No, it isn't, you goddamn psycho! People don't develop pedophilia. What are you talking about? Oh my god.
There's a man, particularly, who didn't start out this way.
Like, saying someone developed pedophilia is like someone saying they developed being gay or straight or something. That's not a thing. That's not how this works.
Develop a great excitement for children, for 4, 5, 6-year-old boys or girls.
Reminder, this guy self-admittedly watched a ton of porn for the government. Is he self-reporting here?
How does that happen? They call it chicken porn. And until it was outlawed in 1983, it was a billion-dollar industry in this country. An awful lot of people. How'd that happen? It happened typically because they walked
What is he talking
down this
about?
path.
Did he just claim that child sexual abuse material wasn't illegal until the 1980s?
And get to that point and jump the fire trail. Sex with animals, horrible stuff. Homosexual violence. Again, I don't even want to describe for you.
Was he talking about bestiality with that?
All the stuff that we had to watch. But it is now an $8 billion industry. If you go into the sex shops in New York City and Los Angeles and Houston and places like that, you don't even find this kind of stuff. People think they sell...
Yes, you do. What are you talking about?
Sell Playboy magazines and things of that nature in there. As bad as those are, that's tame. They don't even sell them. They're not even there. what
They
you
might,
see.
I guess in sex shops I've been in, they don't usually sell magazines, but like almost nowhere sells magazines these days. It's mostly like toys and DVDs and lingerie.
Mostly are these
and lube and VCR head cleaner for some reason.
things. Horrible mutilations of the body and things of that nature. Now, I wish I'd have moved this whole thing over, because the final stage of this is death. Interesting aspect of all those addictions is that when carried to their ultimate conclusion, they all lead to death. Drugs lead to death. Alcohol leads to death. You carry them to their conclusion, and they lead to death. And that's the way sin is. The wages of sin is death. Ted Bundy was a nice-looking guy, an intelligent man, a normal-sounding guy.
Okay, he was not normal? He was not normal. Porn did not turn him into a serial killer. He's a goddamn psycho.
In fact, if he were here and your age and just in your midst, and I asked you to look around and select the future mass murderer out of this bunch, you would not have picked Ted Bundy.
He wasn't a mass murderer. He was a serial killer. There's a difference.
He looked like Joe College. He sounded intelligent. He was a law student at times. Went into to college and began abducting women and girls. Eventually killed 28 women and girls. The last person he killed was little Kimberly Leach in Florida. She was 12 years old. Dumped her body in a pigsty. Most horrible things. He was so clever at it that literally he could have gone on doing this almost indefinitely. He was caught on a fluke. They happened to pull him over for speeding, and they found something in his car that was suspicious, and that's how they caught him. Or he could have gone on. There's another serial murderer loose right now that I've worked with the police on. They call him the Green River Killer.
Oh my god, if any police are actually working with this guy, they should be fucking ashamed of themselves.
And he started up in Seattle. Anybody from the state of Washington? You heard of the Green River Killer? Killed 40, 50 women up there, they think. Came down to Portland, then down to San Francisco and Los Angeles. Last I heard, he was in San Diego. And there's just one right after the other dying. They feel there's 250 plus women whom he's killed. And he's following the same pattern that Ted Bundy did.
Yeah, they ended up catching
Ted's
the Green River Killer, I think.
particular technique was that he had worked at a medical supply office. And so he would put a cast on his arm. There's nothing wrong with his arm, but he put a cast on his arm. And then he would be on a college campus, and he'd have what he called a mark, which is the
Yeah, this got used in Silence of the Lambs as a thing where Buffalo Bill pretends to have the cast and has them load a piece of furniture into the truck and kidnaps him. All right, we're going to move on because I think we've squeezed all the funny out of that we can. He's overzealous about porn, and he's a psycho. You get it.
Faye, Bum 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 presents.
I know this is supposed to be cute, but this creeps me out, and I want to see if I'm weird or if it creeps everyone out. Can't we watch the Bundy part? Maybe some other time. I don't really care to right now. I just wanted to show the funny part at the beginning of climbing the mountain, mostly.
Season's greetings, happy holidays, and welcome to Faye's house and Faye's 12 days of Christmas, not to be confused with any other 12 days of Christmas. Meet Faye and her family. Faye, you met Faye, Chundo, Batty, and Crookie, the Faye family.
Spongy Lord says, since this community is a high number of trans people, what is Buffalo Bill going through, and should I take it that they're trans? That depiction seems dubious at best. Even the text itself says Buffalo Bill isn't trans. Like, the character that you are supposed to implicitly trust on matters of psychology in the film, Dr. Lecter expressly says Buffalo Bill is not trans. However, doesn't really matter. A lot of the audience is still going to take it that way and associate Buffalo Bill with trans women, even though the story's trying to tell you he's not one. So, like, it's problematic in that people are going to associate it with trans people, even if the story itself is trying to separate it from that connotation.
And Faye's dog, Buster. They're very excited about Christmas, as you can see.
Come here, baby.
There are 12 days
Lou's trying to get me to go downstairs with her.
in Faye's Christmas.
Lecter also said Buffalo Bill thought he was trans. Yeah, which, like, in and of itself is a statement as a trans person. I don't even know what the fuck that means. What do you mean they think they're trans, but they're not trans? I don't know, man. It's a mess. It's a mess of a character.
1, 2, 3, 4. We'll be visiting Faye.
Yeah, I love that movie too.
And her family.
Let me tell you this. The way I watch the movie, Buffalo Bill is not trans. I don't exactly understand his psychology other than the fact that he just hates himself and wants to be literally anyone else. But I do not take it that he is trans, because it would be hard to watch that movie for me if I thought about it that way, quite frankly.
Family on each of these days. 10, 11, 12. On the very first day, day number 1, Faye sent Chundo to the mall to get a Christmas tree. Whoopee! A tree.
Yeah, I don't know. The dog head, it's uncanny. I don't like the dog heads on the human bodies.
That's a tree, but it's way too wee. It's a wee tree. A teeny weeny tree. How's this, you all? The Christmas tree is still too small. Back to the mall.
I guess that does make more sense in the book then, Amber. I know Trey actually did message me about that too recently.
Back from the mall. Is this too small? Not at all. Is it too tall? Not at all.
The narrator feels like they're embarrassed to be in this. They're rushing through the lines.
Where will we put it? Not in the hall. Right in this corner. Oh no, not there. It's too close to the chair. How about over there? What do you think, Crookie Batty and Faye? Over here?
Would I prefer a human head on a dog body? Yes, I've seen Mars Attacks.
Perfect. That's the perfect place for the tree. Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, how lovely are your branches. Day number 2. On the second day...
Alright, I think we get the creepiness of this one.
Natalie, is that you?
Yes. How you feeling?
Thanks for that, Tim Burton.
Not terribly good, I'm afraid.
Mars Attacks is underrated. Probably in my top 5, I literally just said his name. Tim Burton movies. For promotional use only. This is promotional, right?
Dream Bunny.
Here's the actor who played them in a similar outfit. Okay, I guess I don't recall. Maybe I'll have to rewatch that episode. Where did it go? I was just on it. No, not that one. Where was it? I just had it. I really need to find a better way to organize my tabs for streams. One of these. I'll find it at some point. I literally have to. There it is.
In Dreamland.
So, close your eyes now, and let's go to Dreamland. Hello, boys and girls. My name is Anna Knight, also known as Auntie Anna.
Okay, when you're doing a kids show, never actually cast a very old person as a very old person, especially if they're a main character, because your show's gonna end the second they die.
I have shared my story with many boys and girls, and now I'd like to share this wondrous story with you. It's quite true, and it's filled with lots of surprises. So, close your eyes now, and let's go to Dreamland.
You have like a cot? Do I have to literally lay on the ground? Jesus, Grandma.
Nikki, we're in Dreamland. Michael, it's beautiful.
Oh god, it looks like they've been taken to a secondary location.
All the stories Auntie Anna told us about Dream Bunny.
Hi, kids. Did I hear someone talking about me?
Look at those ears. Hey, where did you come from?
Is he a Rasta bunny?
Many, many years ago, Michael, during a time that was very frightening for children.
It's scary now, but nothing frightens me. Dream Bunny, sometimes I get a little scared. Is that silly or what?
Absolutely not. Nikki, exactly what are you afraid of?
You should be afraid, Nikki. You should be afraid.
Well, sometimes when I'm alone in my room at night, I get a little afraid. You know, because it's dark and nobody's there. You too?
Well, you know...
Don't worry, Nikki. I'm always there.
Nikki, the world is the same in the dark of night as the light of day.
Also, they didn't, like, give the rabbit, like, a silly rabbit voice. He's just, like, a guy. He's just like, hi, I'm a rabbit. How are you?
But when I was a little bunny, I had a nightlight in my room, and it really helped. It's perfectly all right to be afraid, however. We all need a place that's safe. Dreamland is that place. And you can learn to dance, sing, read, and have lots of fun all at the same time. Then when you return to Daytimeville, you'll be able to remember everything you've learned in Dreamland.
Hey, Michael!
The beach with the dollar tip says green guy got his tea brushes today. They're very small.
Daytimeville?
What's a tea
Yes,
brush?
Kiana. You see, Daytimeville is where you spend all of your time when you're not here visiting Dreamland. It's the time you spend at home, in school, with your friends.
You know, daytime, home, you get it?
Oh, I knew that.
Yeah, right. Dream Bunny, how did we first get to Dreamland?
Well, let me tell you all about the night before little Anna
That's Auntie Anna.
discovered me in the snow on her doorstep.
Wait, are we doing a story in a story?
The sky was
deep,
dark. There was a brilliant rainbow, thousands of stars, even a
bushes. That makes sense.
huge crescent moon. That was the beginning, Dreamland. Soon children from all over the world appeared in Dreamland, laughing, singing, and learning about all the good things in life.
Dream Bunny, I remember when I was about 4 years old. It was a sad time for me because my daddy wasn't around. I was unhappy and wanted to be in a very safe place. One night, before I fell
Is that even a sleep cap, or are those just pants they put on her head? Also, why all the sleep caps? Did Ebenezer Scrooge do the costume design?
I remember looking out my window. What happened, Jessica? Tell us what happened. Yes, tell us. Please tell us. Well, the sky was dark, but full of color all at the same time. I also saw a huge moon, and it looked like it was smiling down on me. Remember, I was only 4 at the time. Anyway, the next morning, the cutest little stuffed toy was on my bed. A bunny, and he was wearing a nightcap. I thought Mommy had put him on my bed to cheer me up. Now, whenever I feel sad, I just talk to my dream bunny and I'm happy.
I couldn't have said it any better myself. Dreamland is that very special place you can go when you're sad, or you're afraid, or you just need someone to talk to. You see, when you arrive in Dreamland and talk about any sadness or fears that you may have, they just sort of fade away. Now, I know it's sad without your daddy, but you know he loves you, even if he can't be with you all the time.
Thanks. I feel a little better now.
Cool. Dream Bunny, you're the best.
Thank you, Kiana.
You little kiss ass.
In Dreamland, we try to think positive, encouraging thoughts. And as Jessica said, when you return to Daytimeville,
You're telling me you don't have a sleep cap? I do have a sleep cap, but not like this. It's to put my hair in so it doesn't get damaged at night. Yeah, I'm one of those goddamn people.
take all those good thoughts back with you.
I gotta try this stuff at home. See
It's not
ya.
a fashion thing. It's a I don't want my hair to fall out thing.
It's like magic, Dream Bunny. Everything is so easy and fun in Dreamland. Now we know how to do anything and do the best at everything we do.
That's right. Let's start having fun right now by singing the Dream Bunny song.
Do you know the Dream Bunny song, Nikki? Dream Bunny? None of us know it.
Remember, in Dreamland you can do anything. Just start singing and the words will come.
I wish the answers on my test at school come that easy. Oh, who cares? I get straight A's in Dreamland. We can do everything really great in Dreamland.
And this is the reason why.
I'm not an ordinary rabbit, but let's keep it a secret, don't you blab it.
Like, am I crazy that this feels like it has the vibe of some, like... It feels like it's trying to do a horror film pastiche of a children's film, where, like, halfway through it's gonna turn into a snuff film or something, and that's the twist. Like, it's just off enough. You know what I mean?
'Cause making you happy is my habit.
There's something uncanny about all of this that feels like it has dark undertones. I know it doesn't, but...
So why don't you come along? In Dreamland or the imagination, you can hitch a ride to any destination. Sing and dance in a daily celebration. Wouldn't you join me singing my song? I'm Dream Bunny, ambassador to Dreamland. Yes,
what is this choreography?
Dream Bunny,
or lack thereof?
I'm not
the fucking Donut Man has better choreography than this.
Sad. Dream Bunny, make your dreams sunny. Come along, let's grab us a hand. Nose come alive.
It's a mixture of a variety of factors causing the uncanniness. Like, the audio section, like the normal sections that aren't the songs have no background music or sound effects, which is pretty abnormal for a show like this, so it's weird and eerily quiet. The kids' acting is kind of uncanny. The fact that the bunny doesn't have a cartoony voice, but just has like a normal monotone guy voice is creepy. The variety of things culminating in the uneasiness.
And take you to slumber, I've got it all. Ain't I a wonder? Yeah! Dream Bunny, hop into Dreamland. Dream Bunny, as I hop into bed. Dream Bunny.
Derek Shadow says, the internet is corrupted, you Hannah. I bet there's someone out there nostalgic for this. They probably yearn for simpler times when they would put on Dream Bunny. Probably. I've never claimed that, like, my view of certain stuff like this is objective. Of course some people would find this nostalgic and, like, cute.
Take me to Dreamland.
Media is in the eye of the beholder.
Do it just as you said. Hippity hop goes the Dream Bunny Dream Cop. Dream Bunny's gonna make the bad dreams stop. His nightcap's on and those big fuzzy ears snuggle me safe from nightmares and fears. Dream Bunny, hop on a rainbow. Dream Bunny, night all aglow. Dreaming sweet dreams, straight into Dreamland. That's where I wanna, that's where I wanna, that's where I wanna.
Stone Corbell says, if I recall this from the Brutal Moose video, this was never actually released anywhere. It was a pilot that was sent to a local station. That makes sense. Yeah, I haven't seen this before. I saw this. There's a whole YouTube channel called Best of the Worst Collection where they upload all the videos that appear on Best of the Worst. So presumably this showed up on that show too, but I'm not caught up with Red Letter Media, so I never saw their thing on this.
Yes.
Do I use toilet paper as tissues too? Yeah.
I have told my...
Unless I have like a... Like if me or like Baja get like a cold or something, we'll get real tissues because they're easier on your like nose, and like toilet paper will dry it out if you're constantly having to use it. But yeah, day-to-day usage, yes.
Story to many children just like you. And it gives me great pleasure knowing that I have encouraged children to go visit Dreamland. Oh, everybody loves Dream Bunny and all the toys like these that I have here. They come to life just like Dream Bunny does when children like you go to Dreamland to talk with them. Let's see what the boys and girls are up to now.
This is great. Did you go on the rainbow slide? You could choose your own speed.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Now I know how an astronaut feels.
Did you bounce on the floating
Now I know how an astronaut...
clouds? I bounced 100 feet in the air and landed like a feather.
Man, jumping from one god to the next. Dreamland rules.
It's great here, but I'm kind of afraid to go back to Daytimeville. You see, there are these two boys at school who are always teasing me, and I don't know what to do.
Here comes Dream Bunny. Let's ask him.
It's nice to see you all. I'm glad everyone's having a good time.
Where are they coming from with those other fucking kids? Oh. Don't just have your creepy mascot character arrive from somewhere off-screen walking with two children.
It's nice to see you all.
I know. I'm the problem for seeing it that way.
I'm glad everyone's having a good time.
It's the best. Dream Bunny, I really need your help. You see,
Like, there have been actual kids shows where the host turned out to be a PDF file who wanted to eat the children before. So, like, to be clear, I'm not crazy. That shit has happened before. And yes, I said what I said. I'm not going to repeat it.
there are these two boys at school who are always teasing me, and I don't know what to do.
They probably like you and just don't know how to show it. Tell you what, next time, give them that big winning smile of yours and ask them not to tease you anymore. Then just watch what happens.
Okay, I'll try that when I get back to Daytimeville.
Jessica, anytime you're ever bothered by something, you can always talk to me. You see, it's helpful when you talk to someone, whether it's your parents, your friends, your teacher, or anyone you can trust.
Thanks. Can I go play with all the toys now?
I don't know about you, but I'm going back on that rainbow slide.
I bet that'll be fun. I want to go too.
Hey, Jessica, I'll go with you. What about you, Keanu? Want to go?
Sure. Tiffany, do you want to come?
Not now.
I'm sorry, was his name Keanu?
I bet that'll be fun. I want to go too.
Hey, Jessica, I'll go with you. What about you, Keanu? Want to go?
His name's Keanu? I've never met another I've never known another human being in my life who had that name other than Keanu Reeves. I've never even... This is weird. It's like when you say something so much you forget it's a word. Never in my life have I considered, oh my god, Keanu Reeves' first name is Keanu. I've never heard that as a name, and I've never even thought of it as a name, even though it is his name. It's like when you think about Sylvester Stallone and you're like, oh my god, his first name is Sylvester. You don't think about it.
Sure. Tiffany, do you want to come?
Not now. Maybe later.
Tiffany, this is Dreamland. Not only can we have fun, but we can learn so much. As we say in Hawaii, Dreamland is more
Okay, yes, Hawaiian!
I know. I guess I'm just not up to it right now.
Let's go, Keanu. I can't wait to check out all of those beautiful toys.
I'm on my way. Okay, Tiffany, but come along if you change your mind. I'll see you later.
Later.
Tiffany, why such a glum face?
Oh, Dream Bunny, when I'm here in Dreamland, I have lots of hopes and dreams. But when I go back to Daytimeville, they just seem so far away.
Well, Tiffany, would you like to share your hopes and dreams with me?
No!
That'll be kind of embarrassing.
Let's see. I bet I already know.
But how could you?
After all, you are in Dreamland. Let me guess. You would like to be a songwriter.
Is Sylvester Stallone the one that chases the yellow bird around? Yeah, that's him. Suffering succotash, Adrian!
Perhaps a singer and a songwriter.
Dream Bunny, you're absolutely right.
Not all jokes are good. Accept it.
My biggest dream has always been to write and sing my own songs.
Tiffany, don't ever be afraid to share your dreams. You see, everyone has them. Even the toys here in Dreamland.
The toys have hopes and dreams?
Why, of course. Ours are always here for us. Just remember to take yours back to Daytimeville.
Ballet doll, what are your hopes and dreams? Please tell me.
That's an unmotivated song.
Hopes and dreams, my legs wait. Every new dance step to take.
Oh, that's bad. I'm skipping this song. That's bad even by crappy kids show standards. No offense.
Will take her hopes and dreams back to Daytimeville. The magic of Dreamland is wonderful. Dream Bunny makes it all possible. Now, let's take a look at the surprises the young ladies have in store for us.
You guys, come on, let's do this right. Jessica, look! Dream Bunny is real. He's not just a stuffed toy I sleep with at night. Whoa, look at all the colors. Wow, I've never seen so many brilliant colors. It's hard to believe they're real.
This is Dreamland, and everything you see is quite real.
Dream Bunny. Auntie Anna was right.
All the kids in the background that just have to stand still look like they want to die.
Dreamland is wonderful. And that rainbow slide is out of this world.
Yes, Jillian. Dreamland is a place you can have fun while learning about all the good things that life has to offer you. Then when you return to Daytimeville, that's...
What age group is this for? I think it's supposed to be like Sesame Street age, like quite young.
Daytime, home.
Like between like 4 and like 7, maybe?
You can tell all your friends.
How can you teach us everything? How can you be in 2 places at the same time? Can I learn to sing here? Yeah, can we dance?
But of course.
But Dream Bunny, who actually teaches us to sing and dance.
Just look to the rainbow sky and the crescent moon. They know where to guide me. And let me tell you, I end up in the most interesting places.
That's so true. I found you in a shoebox in my grandfather's closet.
Well, as Jessica said, it's most difficult to be in 2 places at the same time. So, on my way to Dreamland, I grab the hands of all your toys. Then when we enter Dreamland, they come alive.
That's right. I'm also here to help.
Wow, who are you? What can you teach us?
The kids all call me Jump.
One of these kids owns a Barbie or a G.I. Joe. It's all creepy, like, Harley Quinn fucking dolls.
Jill.
Can you teach me to sing? I really want to sing.
I'll teach
I
you
just
a
want
lot.
one kid with a Batman action figure to show up, and then, like, Batman can beat up the Dream Bunny. Let these children go!
That you can take back to Daytimeville and share with all your friends. And this is how it goes.
Dreams and the memories made in childhood are treasures we keep.
Oh wow, they really did a bad job making that sound like it was on-set audio. Oh wow, long song. Okay, come on, let's get to it.
To see, and even more things to do. Everything is possible in Dreamland. It just so happens the children are encouraging each other in that subject right now.
Jessica, do you think that we'll ever forget Dreamland?
How could we forget the rainbow slide? Or the bubbles you could jump in and try with the speed of light? Yeah, how can we ever forget this?
I know, but what about the toys? How can we remember all the toys?
Because they're all in bed at home.
What?
I mean my sister's band.
Michael, did you know he has a dream bunny?
Who has a dream bunny?
Tony.
He has a dream bunny. Well,
Were they planning on, like, selling the Dream Bunny stuffed animal as, like, a piece of merchandise or
You got
something?
Oh, yeah. But we don't need toys anymore.
Hi, guys. What's this about not needing toys?
We're boys. We don't need to talk to toy dream bunnies anymore. Only girls do that.
Well, now, Brandon, I'm a boy, and look at all the toys that I have. It's okay for girls and
Don't call the children your toys, Dream Bunny. It doesn't read well.
boys to cherish their dream bunnies.
the dream bunny, don't you think that makes us look silly?
Never.
What does my heart tell me? Get cheese and watch a movie?
Aren't you having
That's its idle state, though.
a lot of fun with all the toys? And we all know that fun is good.
You're right. Dream Bunny, we love being in Dreamland with all the toys. But Daytimeville is boring.
Keanu, Daytimeville can be just...
Keanu, don't worry. You can stay here with me forever.
just as much fun as
Then,
dream.
like, all the kids in the background dressed as toys start chanting, forever, forever, forever. One of us, one of us. Gooble gobble, one of us.
Dreamland. Just remember that all the things that you've learned from the toys while you've been here.
I've learned so much. How can I remember it all?
Just think about the songs. In our dreams you fly and soar.
Yes. Whenever you think about the music here in Dreamland, you'll always be able to remember us.
I know I can do anything in dreamland. When I'm in Daytimeville, I feel weird talking about, well, you know.
Yes, I think I do. You want to share all the fun, exciting things you've learned here at Dreamland, but you're a little concerned that your friends won't understand.
Dream bunny, you know everything.
Michael, you can do anything you set your mind to, even in Daytimeville.
That's easy for you to say.
Well, now, I have just the song for you. Sing and dance along with me.
Sing and dance about what?
About how you can do anything. You can.
Have I seen the weird behind-the-scenes footage of teenage Keanu Reeves talking to a stuffed bear? Was it behind the scenes on, Babes in Toyland?
Really?
That's the only movie I can think of with teenage Keanu Reeves and a stuffed bear.
Yes, you can do it.
Safe at night.
Imagination you can hit show.
Yeah!
Dream bunny, hop on a rainbow. Dream bunny, night all aglow. Dreaming sweet dreams, straight into dreamland. That's where I wanna, that's where I wanna, that's where I wanna go.
Yeah, I see why.
I'm not an ordinary rabbit, but let's keep it a secret, don't you?
Oh my god, is that the old lady? I told you! I told you! Do not cast old people to play old people! They'll die before your pilot's being done edited. Stop it! Get help!
Rabbit, 'cause making you happy is my habit.
No, I see why this didn't get picked up. This is a bad show. It's terrible.
So why don't you come along? In Dreamland or the imagination, you can hitch a ride to any destination.
Or it's to
Sing-
honor the relative of one of the production crew. I would bet you money that it's the lady. I'll look her up. Mrs. Frida Kennedy Jones. That's a pretty specific name. Let me look up her IMDb. Mrs. Frida Kennedy Jones. IMDb. She is on IMDb. Come on. Sorry, the web browser thing is not helping. Trying to look for a picture because she's only credited for one thing, and I'm not sure if she was credited for this because it was a pilot. Let me look at her picture at the beginning. Looks like it's her. Yeah, that's her. See?
Filled with lots of surprises.
Oh, is she in the credits as someone else? Let's see.
Cause making you happy is my habit.
I can just look at the credits.
So why don't
Thanks,
you
Chad.
come along in dream?
No, okay. Hetty Craig. It is someone else.
Or
Damn it.
the imagination you can hitch up.
Why does reality keep having to get in the way of my funny jokes? Keanu Reeves going on the stuffed bear thing? Let's see.
When Going Great sent me to check out the first Canadian International
Oh, this is when he was working for CBC. This isn't even a movie. This is him doing an interview at a parade.
Teddy Bear Convention, I thought I was in for a lot of craziness.
Yeah, I've seen this before.
Why are all the bears' first name Teddy? What college did he go to?
Paws Preparatory School. Paws. Here he is wearing his t-shirt.
Oh, there we go. Paz Prep. Oh, rah, rah. What do your friends think about you collecting bears? I've been looking all over for you. We gotta go down to the Bears Only Cafe and talk bearsness. Listen, you know that Bears Necessity contest?
Amber says, good news, Romania's court rejected the far-right guy's request to overturn the vote, which means the liberal pro-EU candidate, anti-Trump candidate, will proceed to office, which is awesome. And also the Supreme Court ruled, I believe today, I don't know if you guys heard about the case where they were trying to do state-funded religious charter schools. The Supreme Court said no! The Supreme Court said no! I was shocked and very happy.
We've got problems. So listen, we'll go down, we'll talk business, and hey, everything will be okay. I love this guy. Oh, she's so cute. Look at that. Oh, back down! You're not a bear! Bam!
They deadlocked, making it a no to be specific. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's a no. That's enough.
Well, as Graham Abbey says, if the bear fits,
Wear it.
All right, where was the cat thing? There it is. All these cats look nervous. Oh no. Oh no, I think I'm better at reading cat body language than human body language. I just realized I have to put a lot of thought into reading a person, but immediately I'm like, oh, these cats are uncomfy. Oh, that one's okay. That one's chill. Man, back in the day, you had to, like, buy a videotape to look at cat videos. Isn't that crazy? You had to, like, have a physical VHS tape to look at cute cats. Artemis with the cheese video, I think it's a cleanse. Ooh, look at that.
This cheese is being stabbed.
To like aerate it? Oh, that's the whole clip.
This cheese is being stabbed.
I assume the purpose is to let air in or something for the bacteria. If I had to guess, I don't know. Corbell says, can you imagine not having anything you want at your beck and call with a simple internet search at all times? I've thought about this. Like, think about right now, if you're like, man, I want to see a picture of, like, a raccoon in a hat. You could just find that. Look it. How long does this take? Raccoon in hat. Boom! I have a large amount of images of raccoons. Okay, well, a lot of these are raccoon hats because Google sucks now. But here's another raccoon wearing a little hat. You can find pictures of raccoons wearing a hat. But, like, historically, if you're like, man, I wish I could see a picture of a raccoon wearing a hat, you were just fucked. You just had to imagine it if you can. I can't picture things. So if you're like me, you'd just be fucked. You just don't get to see that ever in your whole life unless you find a raccoon and a hat. Play imagination games in school? What do you mean? Like playing pretend with people? Yes. But like I just can't picture things. In fact, I didn't realize until you just said that other kids playing pretend are probably picturing. That would make the games more fun. I bet that was fun. Holy shit. Yeah, I can't picture things. What's D&D for you like when we're describing things? I mean, I don't picture things. I can't picture things. It's like when I read a book, I just am aware of the concepts and what things are like, but I don't picture it. I can't picture it. It sucks. Believe me, if I could take a shot that would let you picture things, it would feel like a superpower to me. I wish I could. I think it's one of the reasons I'm so obsessed with movies and TV shows and other visual media, because I cannot picture things. The only way I can see fantastical things is if someone shows it to me in a movie or something. Like, I've talked to other people about this. I recall, like, if you asked me, what does a person look like, my description is going to be entirely dependent upon the bullet point list that I have made for them. I don't know what people look like necessarily in a picture sense, but I know, like, okay, this person has this color hair, this color eyes. They're about however tall. You know what I mean? It's a list of descriptors to me. It's all words. I only know words in my brain. It's all words and feelings. So you couldn't picture the fear eater when we described him? Correct. enough cute kitties. Let's move on. Oh, what else do we have? Oh! Guess what superhero is here? It's Bleach Man. Haven't heard of Bleach Man? Good.
And now, the San Francisco AIDS Foundation presents The Adventures of Bleach Man. Far away on the planet Maklo, Bleach Man learns of AIDS.
Wow, I must help them.
He has no cure, but he has lots of bleach.
If you didn't hear what they just said, Bleach Man heard of AIDS. He has no cure, but he has lots of bleach.
Bleach can save your life. Shooting drugs is not healthy, but if you use the drug, you gotta use the jug. Bleach.
If you use the drug, you gotta use the jug.
Cleaning needles is easy. It won't hurt the rig, and it kills the AIDS virus.
It won't hurt the rig.
How? Flush the needle 2 times with bleach like this. Now flush it 2 times with water. Don't shoot or drink the bleach.
Okay, it's easy to make fun of this, obviously. However, this is an attempt at harm reduction for intravenous drug users. So, like, as easy as this is to go, what the fuck? The alternative is people getting HIV because they're not cleaning their needles. Now, you shouldn't reuse needles. You should never reuse needles. But, like, you gonna tell someone with an intravenous drug addiction that? They're gonna do it anyway, so harm reduction is a thing? It's something.
AIDS is mean, so get those needles clean.
For more information...
AIDS is mean, so get those needles clean. We did it. Oh, this one is just weird. Someone literally, again, this is something you had to buy on VHS back in the day. The title of this is just, quote, Babes in Bikinis Firing Automatic Weapons. It's not false advertising. It lists their measurements. Alright, how slow do they expect us to read? I feel insulted. Wait, is Trey here? Where's Trey? Trey! You're the target demographic for this. A straight man who's into guns. Is this appealing? Did they do it?
Hi, my name is Lillian, and this is a lot of fun.
I just got, why? What, like, okay, I understand the answer is fetish, right? But, like, do I have a link? Yeah, if you want a link, here's a link. I understand it's a fetish. What I guess I'm trying to understand is where the fetish comes from. Because, like, you know, with certain fetishes, you can kind of understand, like, what's the itch they're scratching, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? What psychological need are you missing out on or something that causes you to be drawn to particular fetishes? What is it here? Why this fetish? Why hot women shooting automatic weapons? I don't get what the... What's the need being fulfilled here? The gun is a penis? Oh, so it's like they're handling, like, machinery. Like, they can like, oh, I can handle this gun. I can handle your dick. Like, is that the... It's a bad girl. Like, she's badass. She's got Sarah Connor vibes. And they're, like, into that. Which I can respect. That's cool. I'd rather they be into women with agency than women who don't have agency, so that's good.
I'm shooting the MPK submachine gun. It's made in Germany. The MP stands for machine pistol. This gun fires the 9mm cartridge at a rate of 550 rounds per minute. That's close to 10 rounds per second.
This is 47 minutes long, by the way. Less agency and more capacity to destroy in this context. Okay.
What surprises me is how easy this gun is to handle. I guess that's...
Zytam says, I'm Ace. How is this different from using bikini models to sell cars? It isn't, but I don't understand that very much either.
What makes it so much fun.
I don't understand that. I've never understood the association thing with, like, sex sells. I've never understood that. I don't get it.
The barrel on the MPK is 6 inches long, and I'm shooting it with a 30-round magazine. It weighs just 6.5 pounds and has a clever folding wire stock. Those Germans really know how to make a machine gun.
Boy, I wonder where the Germans learned how to build a machine gun. Wonder why they needed to build machine guns. Oh, are we not even getting, like, different settings? Are they literally all just in front of this same wall?
Hello, I'm Rosie, and this is the MP5 machine gun. From what they tell me, this is one of the best automatic weapons available. Very controllable and kind of sets in your hand.
Okay, that's a different setting, at least. I know it was far after World War II. This is the 80s. I'm fucking aware when World War II happened. Making a joke. Sometimes you guys nitpick the jokes. Ah. Alright, anything else? I think we've seen enough of this. I think we get the gist.
223 caliber bullet at over. This is the M14 selective.
I gotta see what the most viewed section is. I'm very curious what the Gooners have to say about this. Oh, is it just because it's a montage of all the different women? Wow, this is literally the most popular part of the video because dudes masturbate to it, don't they? Like, this is the money shot. This is a montage of a lot of the different women shooting the guns, so this is the part they keep going back to. Huh. It's weird looking at this and knowing, like, many people have ejaculated to this, and it just does nothing for me. Happy for him, I guess. Alright. Anyway, moving on. Oh, this is cool. This is 9 minutes long. This is an interview with a trans man in 1994.
I was born Heidi Sue Rubin. Where my mother got that, I'm not really sure. So in my dreams, and if people I knew respected me and cared about me in the way that I would like them to, I would prefer it if people would refer to me as Henry. So the name thing is difficult because right now in my life, everybody knows me as Heidi and has known me as Heidi. My good friends, my family, the people I work with, my students. But in my mind, I'm more and more feeling like I am Henry. And it's an insult to me to be called otherwise because it's not recognizing what I'm going through. And it's not recognizing how I want to be identified in the world.
Trans before the woke impossible. True, trans people were invented on September 11th, 2001. A coincidence, there's no association.
I think the fact that I was a dyke and now I'm a transsexual is too easy of an explanation for what's happening with me, but that's the best I can do today. When you have changed your identity so often from growing up heterosexually oriented or being assumed to be heterosexually oriented, coming out as a dyke and then coming out again as a female-to-male transsexual, you begin to question the permanence of your identity in general. I mean, if none of those identities were the truth for all time, then which of those
Yeah, same, Amber. I don't know how people were brave enough to come out about this stuff back in the day. It's hard enough now, you know, when there is a lot of support out there. It's hard, it's easy to forget, frankly, that in spite of how much backlash we trans people get from certain segments of society and how much hate we get, the other side of that coin is the amount of support and acknowledgement we get is so much more than it has ever been, at least in the United States, as long as the United States has existed. So, that is good. It's hard enough today. Back then, holy shit. I can't even imagine what it was like. Very, very brave people.
Identities is the truth. I mean, you start to go back and say, gosh, I was a tomboy. Maybe that means I'm a dyke. Gosh, I was a tomboy. Maybe that means now I'm a transsexual. It's hard to say. So I want to emphasize that I'm definitely in a period of transition. So I'd say transsexuals are people who are in bodies that are uncomfortable with them, that people like myself are seeking to realign our bodies to ourselves, to gain some
Wonder where Henry is now. Hopefully not hanging out with the likes of Buck Angel.
Some sense of integration. It's very difficult. I think that's the understatement of the year.
One of the first trans people I ever saw on television was Buck on Ripley's Believe It or Not. Sucks so bad that he's just a complete piece of shit, isn't it?
To walk around, you know, in a world that perceives that there are only two genders and two sexes. I identify in a masculine way. I have a female body. I have a masculine gender identity that's not in accord with my body. If your gender identity does not match our the assumed meaning of our genitals, so that if you identify as a man but you have female genitalia, if you have a clitoris, if you have vagina, if you have tits, if you have shapely curves, secondary characteristics, then you're meant to express that in a female way. And female, womanly in our society is typically understood as feminine. But that is not necessarily the case. And there are a lot of women who identify as women who have, who are not necessarily feminine, but they're still women and they have female bodies. Gender is something that is not natural. That just because you are female doesn't mean you are feminine. That we need to align ourselves as feminists with other people who are aware of the limitations of being a woman, of being trapped within particularly coded behaviors according to your genitalia. So that if you're a man, you know, and this is so cliche, but you're taught not to cry. Yes, I have had days where I've been like, well, if I'm really a man, I wouldn't be crying about this. But, I mean, that's crap just as much as it's crap that that I'm, you know, should be a woman, a feminine gal in, you know, white dresses.
Incredibly progressive for the time. Like, not just progressive, but like really thought out and like what's the word I'm thinking of? Blanking, shit. Nuanced?
Because I have lived in the shoes of a woman, and I know how difficult it is.
He's clearly very intelligent, too.
And I'm going over to the so-called other side. I'm not a traitor to the cause. All men aren't the enemy. I know because I'm becoming one. But it's hard work to stay in a body that's not comfortable, and so I think about what kind of changes I want to make, and it's hard to look in the mirror and see something that's not really you, or that you don't feel is really you. I don't like to get naked all that often, although I'm not really modest. Locker rooms are hell. Public bathrooms are a nightmare. People don't really recognize me for my femaleness, but
see, that's shot. Like, in fairness, I would assume that the access to maybe hormones at the time was not available the way that it is today for many people. Obviously, it's not available to everyone, but like, it's more available today. But like, I would never look at this person and assume anything other than they're a guy. Their voice. His voice is maybe a little feminine, but, you know, that's often a hormonal thing or a voice training thing. But, like, it's so interesting how, like, seems like almost every trans person is so self-critical, even compared to other people. Like, I'm often very hard on myself, you know, I'm not perfect, no one is, but I way too mean to myself.
Taking off the clothes in that kind of setting is even harder.
There are men with that sort of voice. Of course there are. Of course there are. But people often make assumptions based on stereotypes, unfortunately.
Some people say it's a cop-out to go and have surgery. It's a personal solution to a political problem, and that we should all seek to live, you know, as wide a variety as we, you know, as we seem to exhibit as a species. I would say people should be allowed to do what they want with their bodies. So for someone like myself who's really big-breasted, it would mean removing all this tissue and grafting the nipple back onto a masculinely shaped chest, whatever we understand culturally to be masculine. I don't see myself pursuing lower surgeries like some guys. The surgeries right now are really poor for female to males. Like any field, the field of the study of transsexuals is...
Fortunately, I think I've heard that's still the case, too. I'm not as familiar with, like, female to male bottom surgery stuff, obviously, for obvious reasons. But, like, as much as the field has advanced for, like, bottom surgery for people like me, my understanding for trans men is that it hasn't come quite as far. So that sucks. Trans men get the short end of the stick on a lot of things, and that's one of them.
Is dominated by masculine models.
Certainly, the operations exist, and they are like functional and like can be great. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying from what I have heard, the amount of progress made between, you know, female to male or male to female is just different. Less research.
Male models of. So that the majority of the research is done on men who are becoming women. I don't always dress like this, but when I do, I feel really brave and I feel really strong in the world. I feel like it's the best expression of me that I know how to put out there right now. Some days it's hard, people give you shit on the street, but in general, I tend to feel like nobody can screw with me when I'm like this, and that's one of the ways in which I take, you know, the kind of power I need to take in order to keep going through a world that's really hostile to people like myself. It makes me feel strong. I like to look good. I like to be well tailored. I like the feel of wingtips on a sidewalk. I like, you know, you feel good. Do I look good?
Good for him. I hope he's doing great. I hope he's doing well wherever he is. Great interview. What else do we have? This is a series of commercials from the San Francisco area in 1985. This is courtesy of VC Archives. Also has a wonderful Twitch channel. If you've not caught up with VC Archives, make sure you do here on Twitch.
The last minute and your Christmas cash is gone, and you still haven't taken care of that special someone? Just charge it at the Diamond Center. Hi, I'm Paul from Solid Gold Chains, the Diamond Earrings, the Wedding Sets. You can still get it on credit from the Diamond Center, even if you've never had credit before. Or if you've had credit problems, even bankruptcy, that's okay. Just call. The Diamond Center...
I'm gonna be honest, I think if you're in bankruptcy, maybe don't buy diamonds. I think that's a bad time to buy diamonds, is during a bankruptcy.
You can start your credit on the phone. So get your loved one what they want, a gift to last a lifetime. The Diamond Center, 568-8171, 568-8171. I'm so used to being...
I think this is Henry's Wikipedia page. Let me take a look. Born 1966, American sociologist, Bachelor of Arts. Looks like he's still around, so that's good. Not a lot of information. They're still around, though. Good.
Turned down because I don't have a cosigner. Forget about cosigners. The Diamond Center wants you to build good credit in your own name.
A great way to hide assets. If you want to get pennies on the dollar, have you ever looked at the resale value of jewelry, of diamonds in particular? It's dog shit. So hiding your cash in diamonds would be a bad idea.
Everyone's told us we're too young to get credit. Not at the Diamond.
Like, it's one thing if you had a bunch of, like, uncut gems that could be refined or something, but, like, already made jewelry that's already done, the resale is terrible.
Diamond Center. If you're 18, in the military, we're here to help you get started. I thought starting...
Are you 18 in the military and about to make the worst decision of your life? We've got you covered. Come in and get the diamond your wife is gonna wear while she's getting plowed while you're deployed.
Where credit was impossible.
I'm glad you came to see us. If you need a fresh start from bad credit, even a bankruptcy, call the Diamond Center, 568-8171, 568-8171.
Gee, Paul, I really didn't think it would be this easy.
It's easy because you took the time to call the Diamond Center.
We appreciate the second chance. After our bankruptcy, no one else would even talk to us.
Like you've heard me say before, the Diamond Center truly has a credit plan for everybody. You've seen us so many times on TV before. Why did you wait so long?
Well, we were a little embarrassed about our credit.
We've got a credit plan with your name on it, too. Call the Diamond Center.
Oh, pre-area code. Look at that.
568-8171. Mother's Day is a great opportunity to show some very special women how much we love them.
Excuse you, I was told that for Mother's Day you're supposed to buy them coffee brand coffee.
Hi, I'm Paul. Show them with jewelry and just charge it at the...
Companies aren't able to target military that way anymore. I'm sure they found other ways to do it, because I think it's still a trope that, like, near military bases, they'll sell, like, Mustangs and other overpriced sports cars to recently, recently enlisted, people in the military at ridiculous rates. But, yeah, maybe the advertisement just can't be blatant.
Diamond Center, where everybody can get that special gift of jewelry on credit. Because if you're just 18, in the military, need to start credit, we can help you. If you've had credit problems in the past, even a bankruptcy, don't be embarrassed. Let the Diamond Center help you make this the best Mother's Day ever for you and your loved ones. Call 56...
Karpkosian says, yo, when I was in around the bases at the mall, there would always be people trying to con new soldiers into buying their parents' or partner's jewelry. It's so scummy. Same with the cars, too. Yeah.
817.
Big trucks and sports cars. Big thing. A lot of younger, dumb... And I'm not calling everyone in the military dumb. Far from it. I'm talking about people, you know, fresh out of high school, guys who joined the military just cuz, you know, young people who are dumb by the nature of being young and not having experience.
When the Diamond Center, 568-8171.
They get targeted a lot, is what I have heard.
8171.
Especially because you have money coming in from your military job, but, like, you might be living on base or whatever, you know, where you're not having to pay for, like, lodging, so all your money is just going into some account. I just can't hide it. Am I gonna get in trouble for this? Yep.
Next time, remind me to rent the tux.
You're getting married after the game. No one will give me credit to get the rings. My team's losing. I don't know who to turn to.
I'm getting married after the game, and no one will give me credit. That's an odd situation. Has anyone kept up with what happened with Jeremy, by the way, the quartering? I know he was, like, desperate to sell a bunch of coffee before Mother's Day. Did that end up happening? What's up with that?
No credit. Even bankruptcy. Join a winning team and call the Diamond Center.
Harold Ebelman says you don't get paid for 3 months during basic or whatever, and then you get it as a lump sum at graduation. There you go.
Today.
We have a link to the Henry video? Yeah, let me see. Did I exit out of that? I can bring it back. Give me tab. There it is. Yeah, here's a link if anyone wants the link to this video that we watched about him. Yeah, if anyone ever wants a link to the stuff we're watching, just ask. I'll send it.
Did you get the ring?
They wouldn't help me because they said I didn't have any credit before.
Now who are we going to turn to?
A little late, man.
The Diamond Center truly has a credit plan for everybody. If you want your dreams to come true, call the Diamond Center, 568-8171, 568-8171. The Diamond Center wants you to have fine jewelry and A1 credit rating. Hi, I'm Paul.
Oh no, when you get into the silly costume portion of your career, you know things have really cratered.
We do have a credit plan for everybody at the Diamond Center. Like if you're 18 or in the military, you can get your first credit account right now at the Diamond Center, even if you were turned down other places. Or if you've had credit problems, the Diamond Center can help you rebuild your credit, even if you went through bankruptcy. Just call and the Diamond Center will start your new credit going over the phone. Call 568-8171, 568-8171. Just call me the Easter Bunny, jumping for joy for the Diamond Center's easy credit plans. Now everybody can get that special gifted jewelry on.
Didn't it turn out that Crazy Eddie was actually selling, like, stolen merchandise or something? Am I crazy? Am I misremembering that?
Credit from the Diamond
Or like he was doing something scummy?
Center. Because if you're just 18 in the military, need to start credit, we can help you. And if you've had credit problems in the past, even in
What do you want me to look up in Black's Law Dictionary?
Let the
Diamond?
Diamond Center help you get good credit again and get that fine jewelry you deserve. Call now, 568-8171. Call 568-8171. The Diamond Center, 568-8171.
The Diamond Center.
In the beginning, it was survival of the fittest. But if your credit was not in the best of shape, there was no one to turn to. No one until...
If you've had credit problems, let's face it. It's a jungle out there trying to reestablish a good credit rating. Bankruptcy, bad credit, no credit. So many people need help. Where can I open a new store? Show me a sign. Cut through the credit jungle and visit our newest store at the El Cerrito Plaza or any Diamond Center. Call 568-8171.
There's no diamond. The closest I can get is Dianetic, a logical reasoning in a progressive matter, progressing from one subject to another. Is that the etymology of Dianetics?
Credit! Credit! I failed the 7C! Who can I turn to for credit? So many people need help! To our new location! Row! Row! Ahoy, matey! I see our new location!
If you need to start credit or if you've had credit problems in the past, come discover the Diamond Center or call 568-8171, the Diamond Center.
Yeah, don't buy diamonds on credit. That's not a good idea. Have you seen these like buy now pay later companies are just like shitting the bed completely because they loaned a bunch of like money at 0% interest to people with terrible credit scores and they're not paying it back. So now like Klarna's going out of fucking business. Stop letting people buy delivery on fucking contingency. Can't afford a pizza. Don't buy it on credit. Jesus Christ. Crazy Eddie got charged with securities fraud, racketeering, and insider trading. That is crazy. Should have called himself Felonious Eddie. Not as catchy, though. Oh, this is about Bigfoot. I should save this for tinfoil. Yeah. Okay, I have that saved for tinfoil. Sorry. Oh, this is a VHS tape demonstration video. You know, how, like, if you go into a Best Buy or any store that sells TVs, they have, like, generic looping footage of, like, flowers or nature or whatever on the TVs. It looks bright and HD and, like, oversaturated. Those have existed for a long time, you know? If you're selling a TV, it makes sense to have something playing on it. This was actually something that they had playing on VHSs when they were trying to sell them back in the 70s. This is from 71. So this is actually a pretty early video cassette demonstration.
Tape demonstration on the station is... Hello. This videotape demonstration has been reproduced on a Sony color video cassette and is being played back.
Lisa Lamb with a $10 tip says, "Love this. Seems like a stand-up guy." Thank you for the tip.
Back on the Sony color.
And we're almost halfway to our tip goal, by the way, for edited content. Very exciting.
Color video cassette system.
Oh, the music in this is going to be a problem, isn't it? Probably. Oh, it's just like vaguely sexual footage of her on a fucking rug? Oh, with a chessboard, of course. Why not? Yeah, sure. She's sexy, but she's intelligent, too. Come on, man. We're back to the sex sells thing. Maybe I just want to watch Star Wars on VHS. Actually, sorry, this was 71. Star Wars wouldn't come out for another 6 years. Maybe I want to watch The Towering Inferno on my VHS. That was later in the 70s, too. I don't know. The TV at Costco's these days show nature footage. This is because of the woke communists have taken away our celebrities vaguely writhing on rugs VHS TV demos. All right, I'll move on since I can't play the audio on that. Sorry. Towering Inferno is 74. Fuck. VHS beat out beta because it worked better for porn. That's a reductive, that's one of the factors. The porn industry chose VHS, but the reason it chose VHS is because it was cheaper. It was cheaper to shoot on, it was cheaper to purchase. So beta is higher quality, so that's why it was still used for a lot of, like, studio mixes. Up until relatively recently, a lot of TV studios still did their masters on high-quality beta. But for consumers, VHS made more sense because, frankly, it was cheaper. The quality was lower, but it was a lot cheaper than beta, so that's why it took off. Porn was a thing that was also that, but it was more correlative than causative. David Carradine's in this. If you're my age, you'll know him as Bill from Kill Bill. If you're older than me, he's the guy from Kung Fu.
Through decades of Kung Fu training, Rob Moses made
and Kung Fu The Next Generation, which was a show.
Several significant observations in his practice.
See above, RE Blu-ray, VHD DVD, very similar situation.
He saw that all quality martial art movement involved circular, spherical, and spiral movements.
Sorry, Kung Fu The Legend Continues. I apologize, not The Next Generation. Is that a combat dildo? It's a little plastic thing they want to sell you, and they're pretending like it's needed for this. You know him because of Kill Bill and how he died. Yes, he died a very famous way that's easy to make fun of. But I've already made those jokes, and everyone else has too, so why belabor the point? Sometimes you gotta know when to let it go, because he certainly didn't. No, it wasn't fisting, it was autoerotic asphyxiation. Which is a shame. What a shame.
He observed that seashells expressed this spiraling motion. He saw that the tides, plants, the flow of water, air currents, and many of nature's phenomena.
He wasn't following safe practices with autoerotic asphyxiation. Like, if you wanted to choke yourself, you would want to do so in a way that, like, if you were to pass out, the tension would release. So imagine, like, a belt or something that you could pull with tension, but if you were to pass out, you would let go and the tension would release. He wasn't doing that. He had the belt on, like, a thing where it was, like, hung up. So basically, he was doing autoerotic asphyxiation, but he passed out, but because he did it unsafely, he passed out and it was hanging, so it didn't release the tension got worse and he died.
These spiral shapes. He surmised
practice kink safely.
That energy, beauty,
you don't want to become a punchline for hacky comedians.
Power and creativity all flowed from this spiraling motion. He also realized, as did the masters of Tai Chi, that by embodying nature's principles, one could become in tune with nature itself. One could harmonize with the natural, energetic flow of the universe and one's own immediate surroundings. Rob then created Taishan 9, or the 9 Palms. Taishan 9 is truths of transitions designed to take your body through the shapes of intellectual movements without the stops of martial intent, all the while promoting joy, imagination, sensations of flight, feelings of water currents to be as free as a bird, as playful as an otter, as curious as a monkey, as aware of the feeling around you as a fish. All these senses are alive and well deep within you.
Yeah, I don't know, like, I'm not a martial arts person. Is any of this actual katas, or is this just, like, bullshit a white guy made up?
9 shapes of infinity allow us to once again flip the switch of your inner light. To learn from our play is honest and fun and pours freely from your heart. Moses then discovered that these 9 truths of movement could be expressed even more freely with the guidance of the sphere knot, which is a stick made from a section of a spiral. He found that by moving...
He says a stick made from a section of a spiral. The spiral, I think, is a garden hose. It's like a section of a garden hose, basically.
Twirling and playing with these sphere knots, one cannot but help to move in a spiral way. One could stretch and open the joints of the body, relax, lengthen, and tone the muscles, learn to move holistically, move with leverage and power, all the while playing with the stick.
Come on, you're supposed to be scamming us. Don't describe it as playing with a stick. Say he's manipulating the ethereal energies via the motions of the channeling stick. Rod? Rod sounds better than stick, probably.
Mostly I found that anyone could pick up a stick and immediately enjoy it. It's fun from the very beginning.
Taishan 9 is 9 shapes of infinity to express yourself wholeheartedly, honestly, expand and reduce any sensations that you may have left over from your childhood. A very joyful way to practice movement without ever having to repeat yourself the same way twice. Listen with your bone, listen with your blood.
Okay, so it's not even like official katas that he's teaching. He just wants you to randomly flail around with it. Oh my god. Come on.
And express yourself as if it's feathers. Fly through these things with great joy.
And be able to manipulate your imaginary world to change the quality of your movements.
I'm doing
not
it
only
too!
Within the context of each one, but adapting to the next one. So that if you do a ninth implosion, and then you feel yourself on the top of a mountain right after that, the implosion becomes the wind for you. How does that happen? And then you're batting things away until you gather something that you find that becomes empty. And then if you take that, what you're gathering as empty, and you cast that away, then that becomes casting. And how do you pull that back? Maybe that's a line. And then you can manipulate that line from there. And what happens if you go around that line?
What kind of martial arts is this? Bullshito?
Line's still there.
Juggle, will do.
And you can incorporate every single one of 9 into any sort of living, breathing experience that you can create for yourself, which will give you an intense workout as well as a way of expanding your imagination and giving more quality to whatever you're doing and how you're moving. And that can apply to martial arts.
Wow,
apply to dancing.
Doing a good job today.
That can apply to acting.
Was I ever into martial arts as a kid? I never did it. I liked Power Rangers. I was a kid in the 90s, so I was much into martial arts as every kid in the 90s was, because media was full of Power Rangers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff like that. So, like, I wasn't seriously into it. I was into the pop cultural version of it. Stone Corbell says, reminds me of this. Wait, what's this?
Hi, I'm Renata Bliss, and
oh, the dance. This is the dance video, right?
Hi, I'm Renata Bliss, and I'm your freestyle dance teacher.
It is freestyle. I've never seen that style before, so I would agree with her there. You could just learn capoeira, but that would require actual skill. It's easier to flail around and pretend you're doing something.
It can apply to anything that you have created for yourself, even day-to-day life. And how you move through space will change. You'll find that things are more interesting all of a sudden, and you'll feel something. And it gives light and happiness to the world around you, and you can create your own atmosphere just by noticing little things within it that'll spark a spur of...
Like, I almost feel like an asshole, you know what I mean? Like, I almost feel like they're just flailing around and having fun. Who am I to make fun of that? But, like, they're selling this to people, right? Is it even a scam? I don't know if it's an intentional scam. Like, if you were intentionally scamming people, not to be rude, but you would come up with something less stupid looking, right? Like, if you were trying to scam people, you wouldn't make it look this stupid? So I think this is sincere. I think that this is maybe coming from a sincere place. Sincerely deranged, but still sincere.
Imagination, and just take you on a fun-filled journey through wherever you choose to go.
You think while he was filming this, he was just like, man, I wish I was away choking myself right now. This is such a waste of time. I just wish I was in my bedroom choking myself.
And then out past you at the bottom, and to radiate out towards your core to gather something on its way back into your core.
And what the 9 palms gave me was a continuous movement in the acting of which I could lose my self-consciousness. And that has been an extraordinary tool. And then it was really exciting to be introduced to the sticks afterwards, because I wish I had been introduced to them sooner, because they're kind of training wheels for that kind of movement. It gives you a focal point from which to extend the movements.
Oh, fuck off! Fuck you! Fuck you! Alright, I'm mad now. Never mind. I'm not an asshole. They are. They can fuck themselves.
We're using sacred geometry to amplify spirals.
Fibonacci.
Fibonacci. So we're always moving with structurally sound contours.
The Fibonacci garden hose.
And never have to do it the same way twice.
Right. Well, you know, I've been looking into that. I've discovered that almost everything you look at actually is built on a spiral. I know that the human body, the Andromeda Nebula, our galaxy.
I was going to say Andromeda.
It's all full of that.
The belt in my closet, it's all spirals.
Everything, everywhere you look, in plants and mollusks, and you just see that. It seems to be like a force of nature, so you might as well try to apply it, or if you are loose with it, there's a whole other thing that happens, right? Where it just, and you follow the curves, I find out. I don't know, I can't even explain it, but I just know that whenever I play with it, I feel better.
Yeah, well, that's golden mean extraction of Fibonacci. You know, it's just a perfect contour. The yin and yang balance is that of nature's formula of beauty and strength, as well as nature's formula of expansion and reduction.
Right, and this is a little bit of that spiral, right?
It's exact same. It's
It
just
is
like
endless.
this. Yeah. Yep. So
Oh,
here it
goes
is.
right there, huh?
There you go. Yeah, which came off the original pie fight. So it's the same thing.
Reach up, extend. Extend your energy beyond your grasp toward the heavens.
Yeah, Carradine is just a paid spokesman.
Stretch your feet.
What happened with that guy who built that pointlessly huge mega mansion? Oh, the one. The one. I don't know what happened with him. I'll have to look into it. Probably failed upwards. I don't know. I'll have to look into it.
Twist to the side.
Actually, while this is playing, I'll look it up. We are almost done for the day, by the way. I've already been streaming over 4 hours, which is a lot for me. I've been doing longer streams, which is nice. But I'll look that up while we watch this. I am wrapping up, though, just so everyone knows.
Rotate back and forth. Feel the warmth in your spine, hips, and shoulders. Widen your stance and look up as you lean to the side. Feel the warmth in your core as you stretch joyfully. Lower the stick. Now rotate side to side. Hold the stick comfortably and let the knees be mobile.
Let's see.
Increase your leg.
When I look up his name, Niall Niami, the most recent news article from February 2025 is Boom to Bust, Millionaire Mansions That Racked Up Huge Debts. And he's in this article, along with Nicolas Cage. So that's nice.
Leg mobility as you rock back and forth.
Trying to find it in the list. It's a long list.
Buoyantly cradle the sphere knot as we rock back and forth.
Dubbed the largest, most expensive urban property in the world, producer-turned-developer Niall Niami's $500 million passion project, The One, was seized by the LA County Superior Court in September of 2021. With more than $200 million of debt attached to the property, the 105,000-square-foot mansion was auctioned off for just $141 million, less than half of the listing price. Oh, wow! I think he has even more on this list. Holy shit. Let me look at... I'm still looking for what he's doing today.
Forth. Let the energy flow through your hands.
He's gotta have a social media presence,
Calm the
right?
waters. And rotate the stick upwards. And again,
Almost looks like he
extend to the
disappeared.
heavens.
Jesus.
Reverse. Downward.
Like, I'm sure
Rotate
he's still a rich asshole, but it does kind of seem like he, like, dropped off the face of the planet a little bit. Maybe he's being less, open these days. He was embarrassed. On his Insta, it looks like he's starting a new grift soon. Oh, no. 4 weeks ago. Zarek with a $6.13 super chat says, thanks for all the fun commentary. It's been a great stream. Of course. Thanks for watching it. I wouldn't be able to do it if people didn't like it. So thank you. The One Truth Network. Is this not trademark? Is that not just the Deathly Hallows? Am I fucking crazy? Hold on. The Deathly Hallows. He's gonna get sued. He's gonna get sued by a fucking turf. Yeah, that's the Deathly Hallows, motherfucker! That's trademarked! That's the trademark of probably fucking Scholastic? I don't know. Yeah, that's... He can't use that. The One Truth Network. Oh my god, fuck off with the music. Trying to make himself seem affluent, like people are after him, like there's paparazzi hounding him. It's the same, it's like he and, who was the guy behind the Fire Festival? Billy McFarlane. It's like they're stuck in this, I don't even know, what era was this? 2015 to like 2019 millennial celebrity culture, where like this idea of like opulence and affluence and being a celebrity was like being put at the forefront of a lot of these things. And just frankly, this is over. Like, you are scamming with a veneer that is a decade old. This is not the vibe for scams anymore. Like, this does not come off as good to him. Oh, it's like a bad cover of the fucking Jefferson Starships. One will make you shorter and the other makes you tall.
For the first time ever, unveiling the one out of Miami.
I know I'm gonna have to cut this out later too. White Rabbit, thank you.
White Rabbit!
I don't even, what are we, is it just an event planning thing? What is this? What is this for? The fact that you hired a bunch of models to come to your fucking event doesn't tell me anything. Jefferson Airplane, sorry. Well, they turned into Jefferson Starship, though. Even if, well, how does this function? Is it like a dead name? Do I still call them Jefferson Starship, or do I call it Airplane because that was what they were when they wrote it? I don't know. They were in the Star Wars Holiday Special. Yeah, I have no idea what this scam is, but I'll keep on top of it to try and, see if he does anything else very silly and stupid. Anyway. So thank you everyone for hanging out today and watching so much VHS stuff. I had so much fun. I do work tomorrow, but I get out earlier than I have been, so I do plan on streaming tomorrow. I'm not sure what yet, but I'll make sure to find something fun for us to hang out and watch. Do I own the Star Wars Holiday Special on DVD? I own it on Blu-ray. It is a bootleg, though, of course. Love you too, Mr. Blast. All right, let's see who we're going to raid on Twitch. And
then we'll probably alternate between...
All right, Queen Pip. All right, have a great night, everyone. I'll see you soon, hopefully tomorrow, unless you can't show up for some reason. But yeah, I'll be streaming all through the weekend and everything, so I'll see you soon no matter what. Bye, everyone. Have a great night. Technically, Starship and Airplane were separate groups. My Jefferson Band lore is behind. All right, bye, everyone.